1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Thank you all for being here today. I hope you've survived the Florida cold that is outside. Welcome to day 2 of the Delphi Neonatal Innovation Conference 2026. We hope you enjoyed yesterday. We have an amazing set of speakers for today and an amazing TEDx event this afternoon. We're going to kick off today with a session on neonatal innovation, and it is my privilege and my honor to introduce our first speaker, who is someone that I was looking up to even as a pediatric resident in New York. It is none other than Dr. Shetal Shah. Dr. Shah is a practicing neonatologist, a researcher and professor of pediatrics in the Division of Neonatology at New York Medical College, the academic affiliate of the Maria Ferrari Children's Hospital. He's a member of the Westchester Medical Center Health Network. He's research focused on understanding the role of neonatal intensive care unit in providing public health measures, particularly vaccination, to parents of admitted infants. He's also aiming to conduct research which through sustained advocacy can be translated to policy. Dr. Shah is someone that we've had the pleasure of having on the podcast. He's an inspiration for us as neonatologists, and he's the embodiment of what advocating for babies in the NICU looks like. And I think that his approach is quite a practical one, quite a motivating one, and I can't wait to see what he has to tell us today. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Shetal Shah.
All right. Stand in the light, stay on the rug. All right. So I want to convince you over the next several minutes of 2 major points. One is that advocacy is an essential and necessary skill to practice neonatology in the current era. And 2 is that we could all fit some degree of advocacy work into our already over-busy lives. Okay, hold on. There we go. So there's a lot of discussion right now in the neonatal world about what we should be calling ourselves. If you're like a lot of us, someone asks you what you do, and you say, oh, I'm a neonatologist. And even if they're in a medical audience, the first thing they say is, huh? And your response then is what most of us have sort of been taught to do, which is we say, no, I'm a baby doctor, right? And there's a lot of discussion about that we should be calling ourselves neonatal critical care physicians or neonatal intensivists to give people a better description or more color around what we do. So if you tell people I'm a neonatologist and they say, huh, and then you say, no, I'm a neonatal critical care physician, they'll turn to you and they'll say, huh? And we can talk and describe what we do, right? We can talk about prematurity. We can talk about congenital anomalies. And all of that obviously is very true and very sort of on point and on brand. But I would argue from a very high level, that what we really do is we build families. This is a picture from 1982. These pictures are all around the neonatal intensive care unit where I practice at Maria Ferrari Children's Hospital. And they are pictures of our annual neonatal reunions. I wasn't there at the 1982 one, I'm just making that clear. And what happens, and this one's from a more recent reunion, and what happens is these parents come back with their children, and sometimes they're literally lines of children who want to take pictures or interact with the physicians who took care of them, or with the nurses who were their primary nurses when they were in the intensive care unit, right? It has a very sort of Santa Claus at the mall, like around Christmas time kind of vibe. But that's really every year my annual reminder that everything we do in the NICU is to make sure children thrive outside the NICU. And when they come back, they don't come back alone, right? They come back with their brothers and sisters, or they come back sometimes with their aunts and uncles and their grandparents, that whole community that helped that baby thrive when they were under our care. Of course, advocating for children in the current era is an uphill battle both ways. There's no worse place to be than the intersection of prematurity, which confers neurodevelopmental risk, and poverty. And children are the most defunded, de-emphasized, deprioritized, and disinvested constituency in the United States. 1 in 5 children, 20%, 1 in 5 children live below the poverty line. So we spend all this time, all this effort taking care of these critically ill babies, only to discharge them into a world that is ill-prepared to meet their needs. We have a lot of threats to children right now in the United States. There was a measure that was passed that will cut up to $900 billion with a B dollars from the Medicaid program, a program that ensures 40% of the nation's children and almost 50% of the nation's births. That is a number that will virtually make it impossible to hold children harmless. We've seen cuts to the social programs like supplemental nutrition and assistance, programs in which children disproportionately rely. We've seen vaccine confidence plummet, and we've seen the CDC endorse a vaccine schedule that now has almost 10 fewer vaccines than it did just a few years ago. Who would have thought that writing an order for a newborn to get their hepatitis B vaccine or giving that hepatitis B vaccine would be an act of political defiance in the year 2026? We also live in a world now where people are intimidated by evidence and intimidated by learning new things. We've seen the defunding of something like the CDC's pregnancy risk assessment and monitoring system, a system that obviously some of us use as researchers, but state governments use to plan out where maternity units should be so that maternity care deserts are mollified. We've seen a proposed defunding, which didn't actually pass, but a proposed 40% defunding of the National Institute of Health. And then, of course, we've seen just a consistent erosion of expertise nationwide. But it wasn't always this way. If you go back and look in the late 1950s through the early 70s, it was adults, our senior citizens, who were the most disenfranchised. Poverty rates for adults were much higher for senior citizens than they were for children. But we made substantive change, right? We said adults should have health care, and we created the Medicare program. We expanded the Medicare program. We created Social Security, and we expanded Social Security. Make no mistake, it was policy interventions that were sustained over a period of time that helped flip the script on the elderly. We talk about child advocacy as a marathon worth running, and this is why. Because even though the path is long, there is potentially a destination in sight. Now, even though it seems that that finish line is being pushed farther and farther and farther away, there are a lot of mileposts that we should pause and acknowledge. It was neonatologists partnering with their obstetric colleagues who went to different states and said, you need to adopt the federal option to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage for women for 1 year, because we know when mothers get health care after delivery, their babies also thrive. And of course, every state, exception of Arkansas and Wisconsin, we're looking at you, Arkansas and Wisconsin, have adopted that measure. It was neonatologists who said, we need to make sure that every baby can get access to donor milk, not just the mothers who can afford to pay for it, and that it has to be embedded and a covered benefit in the Medicaid program. So it was neonatologists who went to New York, who went to Maine, who went to Washington State, who went to Georgia, who went to Ohio and Pennsylvania and said, this is unacceptable, and got it passed. The last picture on the far, I guess you're right, maybe you're right, yeah, is a group of 50 neonatologists who took time out of their busy day to meet with their legislators virtually to talk about authorizing the PREMIE Act, which among other things maintains all of the quality collaboratives that are in each of our states where institutions collaborate to try and share best practices and improve care for all babies in the state. We talk a lot in the neonatal intensive care unit about superpowers. All of us in our unit know there's that one nurse practitioner or one attending who can get a PICC line when every single one of us has already missed. And we always say, well, that person, that's their superpower, all right? There's one of our attendings, a parent can come in and be incredibly angry about something, and she has always the ability to calm them down. That's her superpower. But the point I want to make is that all of us share advocacy superpowers as neonatologists. All right, we have the strength of Superman, we have the intelligence and dedication, Batman always gets two, intelligence and dedication, all right? We have the willpower, and we have the ferocity to do this work. And one of the reasons we're so good at it is we take all of those skills and we package them with the presentation of Winnie the Pooh. We're the baby doctor, right? And when you think about it, there's power, right? There's power in this room. There's power in our lived experience. There's power in our expertise. There is power in the broader neonatal community. There's power in the mothers and the parents and families. And that's a coalition that makes it very hard to be ignored. But as Spider-Man has taught us, with great power comes great responsibility. But the problem is, with great responsibility does not come more time or more protected time, all right, to take on those responsibilities. So what I want to do in the next few minutes is answer some questions that I get routinely, which is that I really understand what's going on, and I think what's going on is difficult, and I want to speak up for babies, but I have limited time, right? How do I take action? Well, the first step to solving a problem is recognizing that there is one. And you can get informed pretty quickly about what's going on in a constantly changing either state advocacy or federal advocacy environment. There are plenty of resources from multiple organizations that take this information either weekly or monthly and condense it, and you can easily get on their email listserv. And it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to get a quick summary of what's going on and to filter that through what you're experiencing in your neonatal practice, and for you to say, you know what, this is right or this isn't right. Let's say you have a few more minutes. A lot of organizations have pre-made templates when you're getting close to a pivotal vote, and they say, fill this out, fill in your address, and it'll go automatically to your legislators. Now, you should customize it, because after a while they keep on getting the same letter, they're not going to realize what's going on. But it takes about an extra 30 seconds to say, I'm a neonatologist practicing in the state of New York, and I'm very concerned about this. And then to put in an extra couple of sentences as to why. Those small little things have an outsized impact, because particularly for things that affect babies, that might be the only communication that they get on that topic. And it's going to be the one that they remember. Let's say we have a little bit more time. The one thing that I've seen over the past 5 to 10 years is a huge upsurge in the interest that academic journals have in publishing evidence-based reviews or evidence-based work about advocacy issues. You can take 20 minutes and go to any major journal, I just chose a couple here, and read about what these issues are and understand them not just from a sort of my experience, but understand them from a data or evidence-based perspective. Because that's what advocacy is. It's the evidence and the experience, all right? It's what the data shows plus what we are giving a voice to that winds up changing people's minds, right? Data tells us the direction we should be going in, but the narratives and the stories make those data points stick. What if you have a little bit more time? I was once on the podcast. I listened to some of my, first of all, never listen to a podcast that you've been on. You're just terrible. And And I was telling Ben and Daphne that if someone cures BPD or solves NEC, we're going to hear about it. We might not hear about it the minute it happens, but you can't keep a lid on that, right? Within a week or two, we're all going to know. So when you go to an academic conference, wander into something for which you have no experience. Learn about something that might be an advocacy topic that might not directly impact our practice. Gun violence, right? Healthcare insurance coverage. Learn about these things. Take that 90 minutes or 60 minutes in that session to get a little bit more educated and decide what you want to do. Every single conference now at least has one or two of these sessions. And what if you have a few more hours? Well, then write an opinion and editorial and send it into your local newspaper, all right? Let them know that you're in the community, you are an expert in the community, and something is happening at the state, town, federal, county level that's going to be bad for the children that you take care of, or the babies that are under your care. Opinion and editorials are highly influential. Now, I feel the need to sort of dwell on this moment just a little bit, because a lot of people will say, well, I don't want to write an op-ed because no one reads newspapers anymore. And while it is true that the readership is not what it is, it's also true that no matter where something is printed, the ability for it to be disseminated via social media or other things is unprecedented. And if you think op-eds aren't influential at changing the hearts and minds of the general public, I will tell you that they're pretty influential in changing the minds of some legislators. So this dashing man on the left is Lewis Howe. And Lewis Howe was a staff person or a personal aide to FDR. And FDR used to say all the time, don't confuse what people in Washington are saying with what people in the country are thinking. And Lewis Howe's job was to take several newspapers, cut out the opinion and editorial sections, and paste them together in sort of a personal newspaper just for FDR. Now, that was in the 1940s, all right? Fast forward 80 years later, and there's my oldest son, Sergeant Shah. You can tell he's got the bad haircut, which he refuses to change. And his first job working for a state senator was to go through every newspaper from the penny saver to the local community newsletter and cut out the opinion and editorial articles and summarize them all on a Post-it sheet to give to the legislator. All right? This is the audience for this type of work. All right? For them, it's a free poll to get an assessment of what the community is thinking. Let's say you have a whole day. You can take a whole day, and if you are a member of your AAP chapter, that's great. If not, there are lots of organizations that do this. And you can go to your state capitol, and you can spend the day meeting with legislators or their staff members and talking to them about what's incredibly important where you work. And sometimes these are real, genuine conversations where you then invite that person to come back and say, tour my unit, see what I'm talking about. If it's about Medicaid, see what this insurance is buying, see the equipment, right? And see the care that's being delivered. It's a very powerful statement when 200 pediatricians, 100 neonatologists, 50 neonatologists all come together in one spot to say, we're standing up for something that is a red line for us. If you have time, meet and become a resource for your elected officials, okay? If you go to their offices frequently enough, eventually they start calling you, all right? Because if they know there's a child health issue or a baby issue, they want to know, all right, what does my expert in the community think about this? And even if you don't have that expertise, you can say, I will get that expertise for you and refer them to someone. This is not about knowing everything. This is about connecting people and making sure that the decision makers have access to expertise. So I end by reminding you that medicine is a social science. We talk a lot about molecules and pathways and enzymes and ventilators and a lot of things, but medicine at its heart is a social science. And we all need to be social science practitioners. And with that, I'll see you at the next neonatal reunion. Thank you.
I feel so silly saying all the bio for Shetal. He just should be introduced as the Superman of neonatology. Or maybe the Batman. Superman or Batman, I'm not sure. He had the Superman tie. For our next speaker, it is my privilege and honor to introduce to the stage Dr. Whitney Eldridge, who's a board-certified neonatal perinatal pediatrician based in Tampa and Clearwater, Florida. She specializes in intensive care of newborn and premature infant, affiliated with prominent medical centers such as St. Joseph Children's Hospital in Tampa and the Morton Plant Hospital. She comes to talk to us about keeping mothers and babies together in the NICU. Welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. So I missed the memo about not needing a disclosure slide, but this is my disclosure. I'm not a researcher. I'm just this woman trying to keep her head above water, raising 3 kids with a pediatric ER husband, and being a clinical neonatologist in this amazing group of neos and NPs in newborn hospice. They have become like my work family, and my work family's tradition for every holiday is to stuff as many people into an elevator for a selfie as possible at our annual holiday meeting, so I think we're up to 14. So when I reflect on the projects that I've gotten involved with for my group, they seem to have a central theme of challenging our unit culture. And that's not intentional, but I seem to be a magnet, and when I think about why I've had some small successes in those endeavors, I attribute it to the influences I had during my training in St. Louis. And in addition to being exposed to amazing baseball and a wide variety of fried foods, St. Louis also gave me excellent examples and mentorship. And if anyone's ever had the privilege of working with or meeting Dr. Cole, he is one of a kind. And he had a way of making you relabel a challenge or perceived barrier as an opportunity. And I've tried to hardwire that way of thinking into my brain. And I think that's given me some resilience in facing some of the defeatism you can feel when taking on culture change in your unit. Dr. Wambach, my other mentor, was always very open about speaking on the struggle of balancing motherhood and clinical neonatology. And because of her, I've never shied away from discussing my feelings of being overwhelmed with parents or team members. And I think that that's made me both relatable and approachable, which has set me up for a good foundation to take on unit culture. So my most recent challenge is trying to introduce the concept of couplet care into our units. And this is becoming more commonplace in other countries in Europe and units in Canada. And to me, it seems like, as someone said yesterday, a no-brainer and the right thing to do. But it's controversial for us because it challenges the status quo. And so sometimes nurses will say to me, well, why fix what isn't broke? And I'll say, but it could be better. And I'll tell you why. So I'll start with parental perception. So you may remember this debate on the internet from a couple years back about what color was this dress. Was it white or gold or black and blue? And people went back and forth. And to me, the reality is whatever you perceive it to be. And I think that's true for our NICU parents. That is my 37-weeker on top, who did the annoying 37-week thing where she needed CPAP in the delivery room and then grunted on and off for the next 12 hours. Not enough to be put back on CPAP, but enough that my nurses weren't comfortable with having her in my room with me. And I think that a parent who didn't have a background in neonatology or medicine could look at that baby, see the wires, hear the monitors, equate that the baby wasn't in the room with them as meaning the baby's sick. And they could see that a baby that size being as sick as that little micro preemie. And we know from studies that parental perception, or parents often perceive their babies to be sicker than how NICU doctors and nurses do. And that perception sets those parents up for increased anxiety and PTSD. And parental anxiety is crazy high right now. This post-pandemic study from New York screened moms for anxiety and depression and found that 52% had clinically meaningful anxiety, 25% had clinically meaningful depression, and 9% had suicidal ideations. And that's crazy high, certainly more of a burden than social work can handle. And I think as NICU providers, we're often quick to dismiss this as a social work issue and punt it. But it has to be our issue too, because our patient is part of a whole, and whatever's bad for the whole is bad for our part. And so how do we help? We can understand the drivers of perinatal anxiety and depression. I mentioned parental perception, but in addition, there's NICU admission, severity of illness, and separation. So back to my 37-week grunter. As I mentioned, I was a third-year fellow when I had her, and I knew that this was mild TTN, she'd be fine, we'd be reunited. But I still distinctly remember sitting in my postpartum room without her, and it was so disorienting. She was my first. I knew I had just achieved this major milestone of becoming a mother, but I didn't feel like a mother. I didn't see a baby, and it was just so disconnecting. And we know from interviews of mothers who are separated from their babies that they report often feeling a delay in entering motherhood. This great paper from 2019 from Niles Bergman labels separation as a source of toxic stress, and as such proposes that it could be a source of adverse childhood developmental and behavioral outcomes based on the physiologic changes that we know occur with exposure to toxic stress. And I don't think anyone's gonna ever do an RCT of separating babies, but in a way we did this experiment during COVID. We separated and isolated babies from infected mothers and severely restricted visitation. And we know from studying those dyads that there was impaired bonding, reduced breastfeeding, and increased maternal anxiety and depression. And curiously, the US pioneered rooming in for well babies, but we passed the torch when it came to NICU babies. And such that a lot of the other countries in the world have taken this up, and it's now recognized by the World Health Organization and their recent guidelines for the care of the preterm and low birth weight infant, where they explicitly state that more units offering couplet care are needed. And maybe I didn't spell this out, but couplet care is where the mother receives postpartum care and the NICU baby receives care in the same room. It's a form of dyadic care. And the optimal location of care, staffing model, room design, and patient will be institution specific. There's no one-size-fits-all model. As I mentioned, much of what we know about couplet care comes from Nordic countries who I would label the couplet care goats. They have 50 to 80% of their units offering this. It's practically standard of care for them. One of the earliest proponents of couplet care in the US is Dr. Bob White in South Bend at Beacon Children's. He started looking into this in the 1990s and formed a group of developmental biologists, psychologists, neonatologists, nurses, and architects, and looked at how NICU design impacts infant development. That group became the basis for the Clinical Consensus Committee on NICU Design Standards that influences hospital building codes and state regulatory agencies. Yale also has published their outcomes on couplet care, and most of these outcomes that have been published have targeted level 2 babies, but they've all found reduced maternal stress, increased parental participation in care, and improved breastfeeding outcomes. So I've been following Dr. White's work for a long time and been convinced that this is, to quote Anna from Frozen 2, the next right thing. And, but it takes a lot of convincing for others. And so if my dad could see me now, he would be smiling. I was raised by the ultimate salesman, and he didn't always know what to do with an introverted daughter, and he'd say, Whitney, you never make it in sales. And I say, I don't want to be in sales, I want to be a doctor. And here I am as a doctor making a lot of sales pitches. So I knew that this was going to require some cost, without a instant guaranteed ROI. So I first thought I'd take this to administration, to have them show me the money. And my sales pitch was this, and I feel like it's a trade secret, I shouldn't be telling you, but my group staffs 6 NICUs for Baycare Health Systems in the Tampa Bay and surrounding area. And you can see from this map, all the stars represent a NICU. There's a lot more than 6. Moms have a lot of choices where they deliver in our area. And I said to administration, we know this is going to be a patient satisfier and could potentially give you a marketable advantage in our healthcare marketplace. And Dad would be proud, they bought it. So we were able to introduce Couplet Care at 2 of our level 2 NICUs. One of those already has an established NICU, so the cheapest, most feasible way to do this was to adapt a labor and delivery room, which was immediately adjacent to the NICU. And then our other NICU is brand new, and so we were able to include Dr. White's design standards into that architectural plan, and we have new Couplet Care rooms in our NICU. So 2 NICUs, 2 different models. So after approaching administration, my next challenge was to take on nursing, and I'll get more into that. But just to first mention that this care model involves a lot of stakeholders, some of which I don't interact with at all on a daily basis as a physician, and I learned a lot about healthcare cost center codes, billing, administration, so a lot of stakeholders involved. So, nurses. So I started introducing this concept just generally, saying, hey, look at this paper, wouldn't this be cool? And understandably, my senior nurses gave me a lot of pushback, and I spent a lot of time just having a one-on-one conversation with them, saying basically, how can I get you in this car today? Asking them what would make them comfortable and willing to try this. And I had to make some compromises, and the compromises are this. So the patient criteria are most restrictive for our non-hosting nursing team. So in our unit where couplet care occurs in the NICU, the mother's team is away from their home base, and we're only willing to do this for the least complicated postpartum mothers. For our unit where couplet care occurs on labor and delivery, our NICU nurses are away from their home base and are only willing to try this for the most straightforward bread and butter level 2 babies. But you gotta start somewhere. So this is our timeline. I won't go through all of this, but this is how we got to where saying, hey, this would be cool, to having our first dyad, and we did it relatively quickly. We started with having virtual meetings with Dr. White and his team and other centers that are using this model. My administrator, Brenda Carvalho, she did a site visit to Yale, and she's a former NICU mom herself, which I think really helped. We were able to get funding from our hospital foundations in order to get the equipment we needed. And then we were able to roll this out. And as with everything, it seemed to go too smoothly. And so we hit a major speed bump recently where our hospital temporarily reallocated some of our postpartum rooms for renovation. And so we've been a little limited, but as Dr. Cole would encourage me, I've used the opportunity to analyze feedback from surveys that I've gotten from families and team members. And that's our first dyad down there with some of our champions. So the diagnoses that we've cared for are pretty straightforward, uncomplicated level 2 babies, special care babies with short length of stay, but that's where I had to start. And I think what I'm really proud of for this is this population of babies that we only would have separated them from mom just to continuously monitor their baby. So just like my 37-weeker, I think all of us probably have had an experience where we've removed a baby from mom because someone thought the baby stopped breathing, had a choking episode, turned blue, they heard an arrhythmia. We whisk them away, we monitor them, and then we send them out the door a day or 2 later. And surely, if we're talking about super AI and your digital twin, we can figure out how to continuously monitor a baby in mom's room. So I surveyed our team members who had cared for these dyads, and I was really nervous to get this feedback, especially from my senior nurses. And you can see from the breakdown in years of experience, about half of our nurses are relatively new, less than 5 years experience, and the other half about over 10 years. And maybe I'm a glass half full kind of girl, but I was pleasantly surprised to say that the clear negative answers were in the minority. And those numbers don't add up to 100. I didn't include the unsure category. But we asked nurses if they thought that it was a positive experience for the babies, the mothers, the support person, most often the father of the baby, if they thought the quality of the care was the same, how they thought the collaboration between the OB and the baby team were, and if they'd recommend this to other units. And I was shocked when I looked at the individual responses, and none of my over 20-year nurses had a negative response. And so this gives me hope. So it's not been smooth, and I won't call them challenges because that would be a mislabel. But the opportunities that I see for us to continue this model and to expand it, our biggest ones are being able to employ this model at times of high census or understaffing. And then we definitely have opportunity for improving our communication and collaboration between our mom and baby teams. And when I was reading about this concept, I came across this great paper from a group in the Netherlands that said that basically you could use the 4 C's, or the concept of 4 C's, to overcome barriers to parent-infant closeness. Those 4 C's are culture, how your unit values parental participation and involvement and presence, coaching, how the education that you provide to your staff, capabilities, the resources and policies in place, and finally collaboration or communication between your teams. The families obviously only had positive responses to this experience. Some of the central themes included reduced stress, confidence in caring for their baby, and even had some families say that if they had to do this over again, they would specifically look for a hospital that offered this model. When asked about how they envisioned their experience if they had been separated, all negative responses. So I've learned a lot from this experience, and I'm still learning. But if I can give you one thing to take away, it's this. We need to be better about acknowledging that there's probably a real, under-recognized, under-measured harm that we're doing when we separate a mom and baby, and sometimes that's necessary. But we need to start talking about that risk and including it in our risk and benefit analysis when we talk about interventions and care decisions. And I think by starting to talk about it, we can normalize viewing our baby as part of a whole and thinking about what's good for the whole. Thank you.
Thank you to Whitney for a great talk. Our next speaker is someone that I'm truly honored to introduce to the stage. She's a physician, a researcher that I met in my years as a fellow and who really showed me what it looked like to be excellent in medicine and research, all the while being one of the most humble people I've met. Dr. Robin Steinhorn is a professor and vice dean for Children's Clinical Services at UC San Diego. She's also the president of Children's Specialists of San Diego and senior vice president of Rady Children's Specialists of San Diego, where she oversees more than 500 pediatric and medical surgical specialists. She's a neonatologist with a particular interest in pulmonary vascular biology. And today, she comes to talk to us about what makes a neonatal career matter. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Steinhorn.
Only 3 times in my career have I been asked to give a talk where I didn't choose the title. This is one of those 3 times. But I immediately accepted. And here's why. is because the first 2 times, one from Renata Savic, asking me to talk about the challenges that women face in neonatal medicine, and the second from Ashraf Afifi asking me to talk about my biggest mistake, ended up being talks that were the most meaningful to me. They're the talks that I have gone back to when I have needed to think through a hard step or to think through what really matters. So Ben, I want to thank you for this talk. I found it meaningful to share it with you today. Now, whoever put these talks together, I don't know whether it was the winter storm or whether this was by design, but these talks go together really, really well. And some of the things that I'm going to say you've already heard. Now, you heard from Shetal about being the person at the party or being on a plane and the person next to you asking you, what do you do? And if you're a neurosurgeon, you say, I'm a neurosurgeon, and the person next to you says, wow, you're a brain surgeon. And they have this image of this really phenomenal physician who takes care of the most important organ in our body. If you're a neonatal intensivist on a plane, and I do use that word intentionally, you say, I'm a neonatologist, and the person next to you says, well, what is that exactly? They've never heard of that. And you say, well, I'm a pediatrician, specially trained to take care of babies. And she thinks, oh, that's so sweet. And I've had people tell me that. That's so sweet, you're a baby doctor. And they really think about the hardest thing that you do is probably changing diapers, and that the best part of your day is playing with the babies. Now, this is fine. This actually doesn't bother me too much because the best part of your day really is being with the babies. But where this becomes very toxic is when you are dealing with hospital administrators with chairs that don't understand the importance of what you do. That I had a boss, very accomplished cardiac intensivist, call me the baby doc. And that is no longer okay. And so Satyan Lakshman-Rusama and I have worked pretty hard over the last couple of years to start to get this perception change that we are neonatal intensivists working in neonatal critical care. And it's really going through that our profession will continue to receive the recognition that it needs and deserves, and that you all, every one of you in this room and beyond, will be recognized for the unique and important expertise that you bring to the bedside every day. Now, I learned about the impact of neonatology, much like Dr. Edwards told you early on in my career. It was a little baby as I finished my first year of fellowship. And this was in 1987, so you all can do the math. And this was before surfactant was approved. There was Exasurf, not really a surfactant actually, that was just undergoing testing. And this little baby came in at 33 weeks and needed 5 days of mechanical ventilation. And it was in the hospital for nearly a month, something that we would never expect from a 33-week baby today. Now, I know this story pretty well, because this was my story. This is where I'll get a little, I don't think I've ever been in a national audience where I've shared the fact that I started my career when I was a neonatal fellow as a mom who was in that NICU, being separated from my baby, but also understanding immediately what the real impact of a career in neonatal medicine is. And that experience has stuck with me to this day. By the way, she's fine. Cardiac intensivist at Mass General, so I think that turned out pretty well. So when I start to tell you then why our career matters, why neonatal medicine matters, it's because we're the specialty that crosses that continuum. We do intensive care, we do recovery care, we do the subspecialty care across neurocritical care, BPD, and we're the only specialty that takes it along to the long-term view. Follow up through many years, even now into adulthood. Critical care, pediatric cardiac critical care are only just taking their baby steps into this world and only beginning to consider the needs of the whole child. And it's because, honestly, we neonatal intensivists have pushed them into that realm. This lifetime, I'll also say here that these are pictures of that I received back from parents and reflect that ability to help a family through that moment on the bottom there with Joni of recognizing their child has that centronuclear myopathy, figuring out what they are going to do, and then proudly sending me that picture of that day when she first was able to write her name. This lifetime of impact is due to innovation. We heard so many great talks yesterday about those highs and lows of discovery. And most of us in this room don't remember that world before surfactant. Many of you won't remember a world before nitric oxide. You've heard about the Valley of Death over on the left from Bernard. As we navigate the frontiers ahead of us, preventing BPD, preventing necrotizing enterocolitis, bringing in genomic therapy. But the thing I want you to walk out with today is that we all have a role in this. In my career, I've had those moments of true joy from that sense of discovery. But we all have that duty of that long marathon of making sure that these concepts, these ideas come to fruition at the bedside. The lowest moment in my career was when I had to close a study due to lack of enrollment. And this is increasingly a problem, even in large networks such as the Neonatal Research Network. So my call to all of you today is to make sure that you participate, that you help with enrollment, that you help parents understand what the importance of discovery and bringing it to the bedside is for them as individuals and for the future. In addition, when we're thinking about discovery, we need to always ask the parents. And this is one of the best innovations we've seen over the last couple of decades. We now ask parents what's meaningful to them, what matters to them when we enroll patients in trials, but we are asking parents, what are those long-term outcomes that really matter to them? This is a study from Catherine Callahan, and on the top, you'll see that patients that were recruited from a BPD clinic. So these are already kids that have a known complication of prematurity. And these parents are reflecting when their child is 2 or 3 years old, what mattered most to them. And what matters most is having a child that is able to continue to grow. Making sure that their child can breathe, doesn't need to go back in the hospital, is 3 times more important to them than knowing whether than imagining whether their child's going to have trouble in school, trouble making friends, having behavioral problems. it's really important to make sure our innovations meet the needs of parents. The second thing I want to tell you is our profession is unique in that we intersect across all the specialties. I was told when I was training that neonatal expertise was very self-contained, that I was going to be the expert on everything. I was going to know more about neonatal kidney disease than the pediatric nephrologist. I was going to know more about neonatal pulmonary disease than the pediatric pulmonologist. And I'm going to tell you, it is so not true. This approach does so much more harm than good because it hides one of the biggest superpowers that we have as neonatal intensivists. We're the people who can integrate teams and come together to do the highest order of problem solving. Now, this isn't always easy. We have a lot of pictures there with smiles and teams working together, but on the right upper hand, you see what I consider to be one of the biggest teaching moments and failures of my career. It took me a long time to process this, and this had to do with when we were starting a cardiac critical care unit at Lurie Children's. I approached this as the leader who was really advocating for the role of the neonatal intensivist, the expertise of the neonatal intensivist, and I focused more on our needs than the needs of the team and the needs of the babies. The result was just absolutely awful, because I was called in to my chair's office and told this was never going to happen. And the cascade that happened after that was I ended up leaving. The director of the cardiac critical care unit ended up leaving. The chief of cardiology ended up leaving. And the chief surgeon ended up leaving. And this was all because we did not understand the importance of that development of trust and accountability as a team. Thankfully, I've gone on to reflect quite a bit of this and on this and learn quite a bit from it, and realize that it's building teams where nobody is more important than the other. When we have a cardiac critical care unit developed at Rady Children's, we're able to do it with the role of the neonatal intensivist, the cardiac intensivist, the cardiologist, and all of us working in harmony really to make that surgeon look good and to do what only he can do. This involves quite a bit of a communication dynamic and being able to truly listen and negotiate. So my last two slides are really, to me, the most important. This is a Danish proverb, and it's one that's stuck with me my whole career. Who takes a child by the hand takes the mother by the heart. I think I got that as a Mother's Day card early on. But it always reminds me that we meet a family at the very worst moment in their lives. Every mom in the NICU carries an impossible burden, a burden of fear, but also, and what they won't tell you, is that sense of tremendous guilt, that guilt that I couldn't even do the most basic thing as a mother, bring my child into the world healthy. It is, and I know that because that's exactly how I felt and how I feel to this day. This is equally true for somebody like me with a 33-weeker as it is for the mom whose baby is on ECMO. I've had division members come to me frustrated when a mom is just beside herself because breastfeeding isn't going well and she dies inside every time her baby gets a drop of milk that isn't hers. And I deal with that frustration by simply telling the faculty member, I was that mom, and you can go and help her just the way my doctors helped me. So this gets to the impact that each of us has, because when I think about the moments in my career I would most like to take back, they're the moments when I did not come as my best self. I did not come with the patience and compassion that every one of our families deserve. Now, thankfully, I've had relatively few moments like that, and a whole lot more moments when a dad who's been yelling at me for the last 30 minutes finally takes my hand into his and says, I am so scared, because that's when we can really start to have the conversation. So this is my closing slide, and it reminds me that a recent article in JAMA tells us that in the 4 years since the pandemic, public trust in physicians and hospitals has dropped from 70% to less than 40%. Just this week, I spent time trying to figure out how to handle parents that refuse newborn screening, one of the most helpful fundamental tests, easiest tests they're ever going to take. So our role is more important than ever. I want to remind you that 10% of all babies are going to interact with a NICU. They're going to require NICU care. And that means that we end up being the first physicians, the first caregivers that they're going to trust with their child, the most precious thing in their lives, and decision making. So I'm closing out with my conclusion that what makes our career matter is trust. It's our gift. It's what makes our careers matter. It's the trust in each other. It's in the trust in the myriad of other specialties we depend on. It's our trust in the science, and most importantly, the trust we develop with parents. So I want to thank you for asking me to be here. I want to thank all of you who are superheroes. And I want to thank all of you for the superheroes that you are putting back with their families, like Alex here, and the superheroes that are their moms and their dads. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Steinhorn. What a talk. I think that we say that the theme of Delphi is innovation, but the big theme that animates Rooney, Daphna, and myself is really these speakers that we look up to that are also powerful, also accomplished, and all have this unique trait of being some of the most humble people you will get to meet. And our next speaker is no different, and I'm not exactly sure how to introduce our next speaker. It is none other than Dr. Gabriel Altit, who's the Associate Professor of Pediatrics at McGill University and a neonatologist scientist at Montreal Children's Hospital. He's the founder of the NeoCardio Lab at the Research Institute of the McGill University Health Center. Gabriel is my teacher. I'm learning hemodynamics from him and his team, and he is a force of nature. I don't believe that there is anything that Gabriel can take on and not accomplish and excel at. And today he's going to talk to us about what lies ahead for neonatal hemodynamics. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Altit.
Wow, what an amazing introduction. Thank you, Ben. Thank you to the Delphi Conference for inviting me to this amazing, conference. First of all, these talks were amazing. Yes. They were incredible. Lower your expectations. This is not going to be as incredible and inspiring and amazing, but I'll try to bring you some kind of dream wish list about what lies ahead for neonatal hemodynamics. We can increase, there we go, I have eye vision, fantastic, eye vision problems. So these are my disclosures. I did put some objectives. So my hope for this presentation is actually We're going to speak about neonatal hemodynamics. We're going to try to, conceptualize the future of what it means, and I think it has to be part of the broader evolution of neonatology. We'll talk about some of the emerging directions that will shape precision care for the cardiovascular system. I think we saw a lot of amazing things yesterday, and we're going to see a lot of amazing things that are going to come up about AI, about gene therapy, cell therapy, psychology in the NICU, and of course hemodynamics has to be part of this. And we'll talk about how we can envision the future of monitoring our babies, providing precision care for them, and of course doing science to make sure that what we do is the best thing for them. So who am I? Because you might be wondering, like, who's this goofy person in front talking to us? So I run a lab based in Montreal, and I do have a website, which is a bit of my craft book of my life. You'll even find my restaurant list on it. It's all free. You can use it. You can comment, send me insults. I love it. And I'll make changes based on your comments and probably steal your ideas. I'm kidding. But when I was asked by Ben, can you talk about what lies ahead for neonatal hemodynamics? My first reaction was a bit of a panic reaction, because as we saw yesterday, no one cares about the PDA anymore. But then I thought, well, this is part of a broader context, and we have to think big. We have to dream. I think sky is the limit, and maybe there's someone very rich or a big company listening to me on the live feed of Instagram who will want to invest in some of these ideas. But you may wonder first, what is neonatal hemodynamics? And that was honestly a question I asked myself as a younger trainee, and I still ask myself every day. But I do think that it's, actually an integral part of neonatology and what we do every day. You're actually doing neonatal hemodynamics every day in your NICU. Like, you don't have to have an echo, you don't have to have ECGs or you're doing it every day. I think nowadays we talk a lot about neonatal hemodynamics, mostly because we have access to what we call targeted neonatal echo, which is a way to image the heart at the bedside and integrate this in the care that we do. But I think it's much broader than that. It's actually caring for these patients from day one, even from the onset of fetal life. It's how you educate your peers or how you learn yourself about the cardiovascular system and how actually it integrates in the whole picture of the baby. I did put the TN echo as just a one little bubble. I'm like pointing, but there's no slides behind me. It's actually on the side. But I think it's really, when you have to think of the future, you have to think of all of these things that are going to come together. And that's what we're going to try to talk about today. What I do on a daily life, on top of doing neonatology, on top of going to see babies and trying to care for these families as a whole, is also try to support my team by understanding that the cardiovascular system, the heart, and the cardiorespiratory dynamic is actually something that's in evolution constantly. It's very dynamic, it changes all the time, it changes based on treatment that we do, and sometimes the actual clinical picture at bedside may be confounded by many things. And really, by getting these extra pieces of information, you're able to decipher what are these subtleties to be able to at least individualize treatment. So what's the current state of neonatal hemodynamic care? I think that, as I said, everyone is doing a part of neonatal hemodynamics at the bedside, but there's been an article that actually tracked down how targeted neonatal echo and more cardiac POCUS is becoming something very integral to the way that we are actually getting information at the bedside to provide care that is, more of a precision. The way I do it is, of course, still, coming to the bedside, obtaining the images, teaching fellows, teaching my peers, and trying to, of course, adapt the care that I give based on the signature that I'm able to decipher at the bedside from all of this information that is being integrated together. But there's many limitations to this model. There's limitation about training, there's limitations about 24/7 availability, the cost, the equipment, also the dissemination of knowledge and the access to expertise. And we have to recognize that our babies are coming with, a lot of dynamic changes. There's also a lot of variability in how we approach problems and issue. Not that variability is bad. Sometimes it's actually good to bring in, these different thought process and expertise and experiences to improve the care that we give. And I do think that we need more and more science and trials to prove that what we do is actually making the best for the care of our patient. Now, I think one of Dr. Thébault's slide is often to talk about how to adapt new technologies in the care of your babies. And this is a slide that I actually stole. I stole it from Dr. Danny Weiss from Toronto, where he's shown that some of these technologies that we have in our everyday life really take time to integrate. And if you look at targeted neonatal echo, it's been around for more than 30 years, and still there's probably only 10% of units that will have access to this expertise. So we need to think for the future more broadly on how to do new ways of neonatal hemodynamics. There's already publication, at least in the adult world, looking at things such as bedside monitors that are integrated for information, portable and wearable devices, as well as other technologies that are being combined together to understand live what's happening to the heart and the lungs. And these are not far-fetched. These are things that we actually have available at the bedside. These are things based on what we do here at the Montreal Children. I say here, but back in Montreal where it's minus 40 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit, because this is where they cross. But this is an example of a baby with CDH where we're able to monitor the actual breathing patterns. We're also able to get tracking of their heart motion or reconstruction of their heart in 3D, where we can eventually understand what's the property of their left ventricle, what's the property of the right ventricle, and potentially use this to care for these babies. Now, of course, these technologies are expensive, so we need to find new way to make them available if we're going to use it, especially if they're proven to become useful. So one of our students is actually spending hours resegmenting the heart in 3D on these echoes on programs and softwares that are actually free, so that we're able to bring that to the bedside without having to pay for hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a specific program. That's where these companies are actually going to send me, chase me at my home, because I'm going to steal their market. I'm kidding. About the PDA, of course, maybe we're not asking the best questions. Disclaimer, we're a unit where we don't treat the PDA, we don't give NSAIDs, we don't give Tylenol, we passed over that, we got this memo 10 years ago that it was not really making a difference. But maybe it's also because we haven't addressed the problem the right way, or that we haven't quantified the shunt volume the right way. The future will tell us about this. What we need to do also is to think about new ways of getting the information. Our babies are becoming more and more fragile. The information we're trying to get is more and more complex. And of course, if you're going to spend an hour trying to get information on a baby who's weighing 450 grams, that's probably not good for the baby, whatever information you're getting. So we need to find a way of rapid acquisition of the information, minimization of the handling, and of the intrusion in the environment of this baby who's trying to rest and grow. So there are already publications looking at AI and technologies like echocardiography in order to improve efficiency, decrease the workload, but also in order to do automatic measurements on all of these images that we're obtaining. And what if we could bring this to the newborn? What if we could actually just capture a few images and get the machine to do the work for us? What if it was in our pocket in handheld to really give us metric of heart function the minute we're concerned about what's happening at the bedside? This is something that's already available. It's something we even tested in our unit. This is a baby with prematurity that, one of these softwares with AI is providing live information about these measurements. More than that, we need to rethink how we obtain the images. There's groups working on new ways to provide rapid access to what we call ultra-fast ultrasound. You're like, what the hell does that mean? I don't even understand what's ultrasound, what's ultra-fast. Ultra-fast means that you're obtaining 5,000 images per second. So the information you can get it in a few heartbeats. So that will really speed up the way we get the information. And more than that, you can get granular information that you can feed into AI to get information about flow velocities or how the flow are happening, or even the perfusion in some of these organs, perfusion in the brain, perfusion in the coronary system, myocardium, the kidneys. You can even understand how the flows are happening within the heart. And maybe if our brain and eyes are not able to comprehend it, maybe with AI, we'll be able to see if there are specific signatures in the future that can give us live information at the bedside on how these hearts and how the blood flow is behaving to match it to the needs of these organs. It's a bit like the toilet bowl analogy. If you have a plugged toilet bowl, it doesn't do that really nice spiral, trust me. I have a friend, her name is Annie Janvier, she does ethics, she always looks at these images, she's like, it looks like a lasagna, like a tornado, who cares? Well, I think that maybe right now, with our appreciation of it, it's very hard to tell what it's gonna give, but in the future, we might be able to understand the dynamic of these specific babies, specific patients, and actually quantify at bedside the volumes of flow and really provide precision care. We're actually already doing it. This is a collaboration with Purdue University. This is a cohort of patients with extreme prematurity compared to term controls, and we're just trying to understand the behaviors of these hearts and how the blood flow is happening at the level of these cavities, and how potentially some conditions that are affecting these babies may influence this, and eventually use this as markers to treat these patients more appropriately or more targetedly. Some teams are even looking at how the blood flow distribution is happening throughout the body. These are, of course, obtained by MRI, but you can imagine with ultra-fast ultrasound or other new technologies how eventually we may be able to really target what we do at the bedside in the form of neonatal hemodynamic care. We can also understand better how the heart is actually made for some of these babies, or how it is influenced with some of the treatments that we give, steroids, cardiovascular drugs, inflammation, etc. On the left side, I have a problem with my lefts and rights. So on one side, you have the ultrasound based, and on the other side is the MRI that takes hours of computation. And if we could just put a probe and get information on all of these organs, maybe they could be integrated together and provide us crucial information. Beyond that, I do believe that information needs to be open source, needs to be democratized. And by that, I mean, it's not just about the physician who's at the bedside or that one neonatal hemodynamic specialist. It needs to be for every healthcare practitioners and family members that are at the bedside, to the degree of what they need to understand, or for their work or for the type of interaction they're going to have with the baby. It needs to be easily to comprehend, to apply, embedded in our routine training, routine caring, and applied daily by every healthcare professional. And so to achieve that, we're going to need to focus on dissemination of knowledge and dissemination of science. This is a little plug to NeoCardiolab because it's free and I do it with my glass of wine at night. But it's all there, it's free, it's available. But there should be many of these models that allow the democratization of expertise. Sorry, you saw a bit of my French there. Beyond that, we need to be able to teach efficiently. So that's just an example in the adult world where they have now models where you're getting live feedback from the machine who's telling you where to put your probe because your images are crap. So I wish I had that when I was training. And I think this is coming to the neonatal world as well as the fetal world. Beyond that, I think that there were a lot of bad things about the pandemic, but there were a few good things. I think it did allow to expand the world globally for education, for sharing, for collaboration. There's much more telehealth, there's much more teleeducation. Why not envision that we could bring these experts to the bedside even if they're really far? Or bringing the educators to the learners even if there are geographical barriers. So we can imagine the future about immersive diagnostics or instantaneous imaging even from remote. We can imagine obtaining an echo at bedside even in 3D and projecting it for another expert that's very far to provide you live information or live feedback. Even, and this is me creating myself with AI, we could put a little goggle and eventually being able to provide these live teleconsult, like we had a beautiful example yesterday of providing resuscitative support, educational support, and maybe here it's about hemodynamics or cardiovascular care, but that could be expanded to so many things. We could have centers that are providing information, that are allowing to detect anomalies of these patients that are really in the acute care setting. And I'm announcing that we're launching a platform that is going to provide all of this in 55 years. But I do think that there is something there where we need to break the barriers. Barriers for education, barriers for care. And this is really something that I think should touch all the professionals that are caring for these babies. I think we had beautiful examples of team spirit and how everyone needs to come together. I work with nurses, neonatal nurse practitioners, RTs, pharmacists that are interested in the well-being of the babies and the families, which has a component of the cardiovascular care. So these are just examples where, for example, in rural Rwanda or even in adult critical care medicine, they're using some of these ultrasound to support the diagnostic and the transfer of patient, as well as recognition of issues with cardiovascular care in ICUs. So we're going to hear a lot about big data analysis. I'm not a big data person. I have no idea how AI works. I just use it a lot. But I use the free stuff because I'm cheap. And so we can imagine how one day we're probably going to revolutionize the way we actually understand our babies at bedside, and how we're going to use this information to be able to provide precision care, integrating all these ultrasound as well as vital sign monitoring, or even the behavior of the baby and the family. There's, stealing the punchline. There's already articles looking at how AI can help us understand, for example, cerebral hemodynamics or targeted hemodynamics of certain organs, and how machine learning can help us understand abnormal signals. We have the amazing group of NeoMind AI who's going to teach us and show us how the future may look like using some of these technologies, even on our own EHR, telling us red flags, telling us how we need to actually intervene for some of these babies before they get the bad outcome, before they get the fluoride sepsis, before they get the pulmonary hemorrhage. We can even envision that what if in one heartbeat we could capture everything wirelessly without disturbing the baby, getting all of these information live? What if we could actually use these to monitor continuously these patients integrated to vital signs? And what if you could bring all of these to understand neurohemodynamics, cardiorespiratory interactions, and actually have this not even touch the baby, not even disturb the baby, and have this within the environment? Because we're going to start treating babies that are born at like 21 weeks, 22 weeks, some of which who may be in what we call artificial placentas, or name it the way you want. And so we need to think about new ways to do that without disturbing, without being invasive. So I do think with any diagnostic and monitoring tool, we need to think about precision therapeutics. Sorry, Bernara, I did a bit of AI with you. The treatments we have are very limited. They're actually going and targeted all of these organs that are vulnerable. We're throwing epi, we're throwing vasopressin, we're giving steroids. How much of this has targets? We need to think about new ways to treat patients that are very targeted, that are going to be restorative, that are going to limit the damage that they do. I think one of the big lessons for me was realizing that NSAIDs were profound systemic vasoconstrictors. So the solution will have to be targeted. You can see that I've put ciblé because in French it's like almost like sending an arrow to a target. And so we can think about gene therapy, we can think about cellular therapy, we can even think of maybe nanotechnologies that will dissolve into the blood and one day allow you to nano control the gate of the PDA. Love it. Control the RV output, LV output, match oxygen demand of some of these organs. The group of Iowa actually shared with us their experience with 21-weeker. I think some of our units, including myself, are still, getting to being accustomed to trying to support babies who are born at 22 weeks. So, this is out there. So we're going to start to think about new ways of doing things. We're going to hear potentially tomorrow about the artificial placenta, not just as a new therapy, but really as a continuum into this world of cardiovascular care, respiratory care for these infants that are born even beyond what we think could be viable. And so if we're going to think about these new technologies, we're going to need to test them robustly in an ethical way. We're going to need to potentially have hemodynamics expertise brought into that. By the way, I'm available. And so these are things that are currently happening. This is Wall Street Journal showing the team of CHOP and how they've designed their testing equipment. This is something that's also happening in Europe. And this is the concept I want to sell for $1 million, which contains that little smart hemodynamic monitoring. Actually, it's free. You can have it on my website. I think science is going to be important. You know, trials are very important. We need to know that what we do is actually not harming the babies, because we don't want to fall into mistakes of the past. And so even, you know, if we're thinking about these amazing technologies and amazing ways of monitoring and diagnosing, we're going to need to think about adaptive science, adaptive trial design to make sure we can expedite but do it well. So we're going to need to bring everyone together. We're going to need to bring the clinician, the engineers, the big tech, the pharmas, but always remember that the patient and the families are always at the center. And I loved how Dr. Steinhorn brought, you know, to the forefront that the voice of parents must be heard into what's meaningful. And that's true for hemodynamics too. So I'll finish with the parents. I do think that having this human element, family integration, is at the key forefront of why we do things. And that's true for hemodynamics as well. Always remember why you're doing the science, why you're doing this care, and for whom you're doing it. And I learned from every single baby in every single family. I think one day maybe babies will be controlling their own hemodynamics. So I laugh because when I was brought to this stage, I was asked by Ben, present about the future. This is a bit of my shopping list of the future. I think he was forced to bring me on stage because I'm his program director for neonatal hemodynamics at McGill. But I do think that the future, and I think there's a thematics about superpowers, are the future generation of practitioners, of trainees, of families, but also of all these leaders who are bringing the information to the world and in a way that is open so that everyone can benefit from it. So I hope I convinced you that neonatal hemodynamics is part of the future of neonatology and that that future is promising, that we will have to think in a way that is not in isolation, that it's part of this multi-system integration. And that, of course, there's going to be a big role for technologies, for both monitoring, for diagnostic, but also for the care. And as we do this, we need to be very vigilant of how we study them. So thank you so much. I'm going to be open for any kind of comments and questions or insults. You have my email there and all my social medias. Thank you.
I was not forced to bring Gabriel on stage, but what's very interesting is that his vision for the future of neonatal hemodynamics does feel like a pie in the sky, but I can guarantee you that he's actively working on many of these projects, and I suggest you keep track of NeoCardiolab. Our next guest is a physician that you guys have met yesterday during our panel on artificial intelligence. It is none other than Dr. Lindsay Koenig, who's a clinical assistant professor of pediatrics and neonatology at the University of Iowa, where she is also the associate chief medical information officer. I'm always fascinated by Lindsay's approach to the role of AI in the NICU because she is extremely grounded. She is using the latest tools in her unit on a day-to-day basis, and I think that her perspective is quite valuable. And she's coming to talk to us today about artificial intelligence at work in neonatology. Please welcome Dr. Koenig to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm so excited that we have like warring AI talks back to back, so this is great. But no, Gabriel, I cannot compete with his videos, so you'll have to accept my AI memes instead. So today, I'm not going to go into describing or defining AI. We did that a little bit yesterday, and if you don't know what it is, you've probably been living under a rock. But today we're going to talk a little bit more about what clinical applications could you actually be using in your unit today. Gabriel did a fantastic job of thinking more about the vision and the future, and I think where we're hoping to go in neonatology with some of our predictive analytics. But let's talk about what we can maybe start using right now. Okay. So here's a ChatGPT created picture, not a video, of me on rounds at the University of Iowa. The first lie that it created is there's never this many white coats on rounds. Also no ties, we're not at Mayo, sorry, but we're at University of Iowa. It did get that after 3 months of winter in Iowa, my hair does turn darker, so they're right about that. But the reality of what I'm trying to show of me rounding is this is real life. I bring my computer on rounds, I'm typing, I'm reviewing the patient's labs, their vital signs, I'm updating the problem list, I'm trying to work on my progress note on rounds. Is this the best way to do things? Probably not. But as a neonatologist, a mom, a researcher, an administrator, an informaticist, efficiency matters. And this is actually what I teach our young clinicians and our young fellows to actually try to do to become more efficient, to try to get as much documentation done. When you're looking at the patient, you're talking about the plan, so it can be accurate and immediately documented, not written down on a piece of paper, forgotten about later, lost, maybe not accurately documented. This is how I prefer to do rounds. Is this the best way to do it? Maybe not. What is the vision of what I wish my rounds look like? This. After 3 days in sunny Florida, I got a haircut and blonde hair again. That's great. But as you can see, this is an idea. We're still in white coats, which isn't real, but it's still the idea that we're looking at the baby, we're with the baby. Maybe we're making eye contact with each other. We're happy, we're talking, but you can see the attending in this image still has a tablet or maybe a smartphone in their hand. Because my hope is that the future is that maybe this ambient AI technology is listening to our rounds, automatically updating the problem list, starting our progress note, and starting that documentation and that efficiency we need so that we can go back and edit it and improve it later. Now you might be saying, Lindsay, this is crazy. It's going to be your 2055 or something like that, like we talk about. But the reality is, this is coming faster than we think. So we use Epic at our institution, and at its August 2025 user group meeting, they announced their Epic AI suite. And one of the technologies or applications they're talking about is Art, because they have to have a cute name, like Art. But he's going to be a new clinical scribe, an AI scribe, that might help with chart summarization, updating your problem list, starting to draft your progress note. So they're planning on rolling this out for certain specialties as soon as February of this year. Now we know the first couple iterations and applications probably won't be as good. We've seen this with ChatGPT, large language models, everything we've used. But the idea is they're going for this vision and they're trying to roll it out. And with our feedback, hopefully we'll improve to what we need it to be. Other applications that they talk about in their timeline is Emmy, the patient-facing chatbot. So we talked about how do we get patients involved? How can they use MyChart to ask questions, learn more about their labs, their follow-up, all those sorts of things. Also Penny, a revenue management, trying to get improved coding and billing to come out and help do some of those automated processes. There's lots more on their AI timeline, and it's hard to know how quickly this actually will come out and how good it'll be the first iteration. But definitely you can check out their website and see what is the vision, what is the future that's coming. All right, so that's the last I'm actually really going to talk about Epic. Some people think they're paying me. I wish they were. They're not. But we're going to talk about other things during this talk. We're going to talk about other tools that maybe you can start using immediately, and then thinking about how can we incorporate this in medical education and get our trainees up to speed in these tools as well. So one quick slide on the predictive analytics. So we talked a little bit about how the NICU and the PICU as well were creating massive amounts of data. And I 100% agree that all the continuous vital sign, vent data, and monitoring data, we need to stop throwing that away. We need to start saving it for research, saving it for our future predictive analytics, because now with the new large language models, things like Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, it's so easy to create new models with this. But we can see from this slide that the large bubbles of people creating new models continues to expand and increase. However, the bottleneck is, how do we test it safely? How do we test it in other hospitals? How do we do it with real world data? How do we implement it? How do we get clinicians to trust it? So that's where the implementation science piece and the future cluster randomized controlled trials to test this out is needed, because we have to implement this safely. So I do think things like predictive analytics for the NICU is coming, but it's just a way off because we have to make sure we implement it correctly. Alternatively, things like ambient AI this blue arrow has just continued to skyrocket. Without any randomized controlled trials, without any evidence, ambient AI has been exploding and being implemented in hundreds of hospitals across the US and across the world. So what is ambient AI? So this is what you might have heard as the virtual scribes or kind of ambient listening devices. And most hospitals are implementing this because clinicians have been so hungry for how can we improve our burnout? How can we decrease our documentation burden that we're doing with pajama time at night, finishing our notes? So many hospitals have bought this. There's over 90 different companies you can choose from out there, and they're implementing it very quickly. And you can see once they turn it on, the rapid adoption that most clinicians are taking. So what data do we have on this? There's been a recent multi-center QI study on it that did show that it did decrease clinician burnout, it did decrease their cognitive load, but it only actually saved them about 10 minutes a day of time. So if you're a hospital administrator, you might not say that that's enough time, but the reality is these large language models, they aren't perfect, we know that. You have to still read the notes, you still have to edit the notes, you still have to put it the way you want it to do, but clinicians are finding that decreased cognitive load of having to write it down, put it on the computer, remember it, is more important, that they're willing to use these new tools and keep adapting and evolving with them. There have been randomized controlled trials that have come out recently that have confirmed all of this and showed that maybe it can save up to 30 minutes of documentation time. So maybe this technology is continuing to improve and get better. So what did we do at the University of Iowa? So our ambient AI technology that we implemented was NABLA. And similar to other places, we did just a little pilot study with 30 clinicians to see, is this viable? Will it actually improve things at our hospital? And we did show that it did decrease their burnout scores. But more importantly, on the image on the right, I want you to look at the bottom fourth quartile. So the quartile is the highest users of this technology. You can see that they most significantly went from the red zone being burnout to be in the green zone feeling better. So this just shows with many of the AI or large language model technologies, the more you use it, the better you get at it, the better you get at prompting, the more benefits you're going to get out of it. So, quick video of how this integrates with Epic, our EHR system. It's just a quick button. It can be on your phone. It can actually be on your desktop computer. And then it is recording the transcript. It's not recording your conversation, but making the transcript and then automatically generating the note from that, which you can then incorporate into Epic or copy into your note template and edit it from there. So not a part of Epic, but a third-party system that can be easily integrated. So we interviewed users and got some quotes from them on how do they like this? What do they think about it? And what you can see is they actually said they have joy of taking care of patients again. I get to make eye contact, I get to really enjoy that conversation, and I had a few minutes of rest in my brain. All the reasons we went to medical school and we wanted to do patient care are actually starting to come back. They do say, I do lose my typical voice a little bit. It might not use exactly the words I would say, but in the interest of being able to have that relationship with the patient, I feel more present with them. So it's okay. People are okay with that trade-off. While the note doesn't read like me in the interest of efficiency, they prefer to use it. So these are some real-life quotes that we're seeing from most physicians that are using this. So now, the moment you've been waiting for. What does this do on neonatology rounds? Mind you, this has been mostly developed for outpatient, but they are trying to catch up to inpatient and improve their technology there. So I might have told you I built our progress note template for efficiency, for me to get done with my notes on rounds. So what does my subjective say? No acute events overnight, like 95% of the time. Right? The baby had to have like a code event, maybe be self-extubated for me to actually type something in there. But what did the ambient AI said? It actually said, we did a lot overnight. There was multiple fluid changes. We were chasing the sodium, the glucose. Maybe we went up on the ventilator because of the blood gas. And when you're asking yourself, what are these notes for? Is it for me to just say no acute events overnight? Or is it actually for the patients or the parents who now get the notes pushed to them via my chart? And maybe they do want to read what we were actually doing overnight and understanding that. Do I want to take the time to write that in my note? No, but if ambient AI summarizes it for me, maybe that is something we do want to start including. Okay. This gets into the longer part of my plan. So you can see now my note template goes into the note bloat section. Yes, I write too much. There's too much in the template. It's long. The ambient AI is actually shorter and more succinct. But the reason I designed our note template to be longer is because that's where I actually put clinical decision support into our notes. We're at the University of Iowa. The PDA has to be in there. We're thinking about it constantly. If you try to forget about it, it's in the notes, so it's there. The other thing that I'm not as good as thinking about is a renal section. Does my patient have AKI? With this new sepsis event, do we want to think about that? So putting those sections in there, as we've talked about before, is a reminder and a teaching tool and a learning tool of how are you thinking about the patient. Ambient AI, at least right now, is more designed to say, what did you actually talk about on rounds? What problems are you actually addressing? So you can see the output in this example is much shorter and is different, but it's a way of thinking, how do we want to redesign our notes? Do we want to start using some of this ambient AI technology? But also the companies are trying to understand that we copy forward a lot of our notes and maybe not deleting out the old stuff we don't use, but maybe incorporate some of this new stuff we talked about on rounds. So more iterations to come, but something for us to reflect on and think about. What are our notes actually used for? But what could you use ambient AI for today? Because it's developed best for either outpatient notes or notes that are pretty unstructured. So something like a family care conference. My note template for a family care conference is basically a blank slate. What did you talk about? And I've actually tested ambient AI with multiple subspecialists there, an interpreter there, and it's done actually a very good job of summarizing what we actually talked about during this care conference. It summarized better the parents' questions and concerns than I probably would have done. So this is a great use case of that hour-long conversation you had with the family. How can you accurately document it? Transport phone calls, a little bit more technically challenging because you might have to do speakerphone to speakerphone, but another example of we don't have a great template for that, so could ambient AI help us? And then the typical outpatient visits that we do as neonatologists, antenatal consults, follow-up consults, things that you could definitely use this technology for. So my advice is if you guys haven't heard about this yet, probably your hospitals have an ambient AI solution or are working on implementing one soon. They might say, no, it's just for outpatient. We haven't rolled it out for inpatient yet. But ask, tell them you want to be the champion. Tell them you want to try it and see where it might fit in with your workflows. Additionally, many of these technologies are offering it free to trainees because these companies are smart. They know those trainees will graduate and then expect to have those technologies available at their hospital. So if your hospital doesn't have it yet, it probably needs to help keep up with the recruitment. In addition, we're going to talk a little bit more about the trainees in a few slides, but while I do still think it's important that they learn how to write a real note, I do think learning how to use these tools and technology will be important for their future career. Okay. Switching gears, moving on, medical record summarization. How do we summarize a baby who's been in the NICU for 6 months, maybe a year? So another third-party tool we use, which isn't part of Epic, is Evidently. This was a new startup company that's a Smart on Fire app that, again, can integrate well and easily into our Epic system, Evidently, and it creates AI patient summaries. You can do whatever summaries you want, an ED summary, a cardiovascular summary, a respiratory summary. It also has, I didn't put a picture in here, but it has the new chatbot feature, like a large language model. You can ask it questions, and it can give you results. The best part about this tool is it not only searches the whole chart, but it searches all of the care everywhere information. So this patient was at another hospital and then came to you, it has all of that available. It searches all the PDF documents. Was at a hospital that doesn't have care everywhere and you sent those documents to you, really beneficial. Our transplant team has actually found that this has saved them hours of a nurse practitioner going through that stack of PDFs to figure out if this patient was a transplant candidate. So very powerful tool. My favorite part of this tool, though, is that I can make custom prompts and custom tables. So this is a prompt I worked on for a little bit, but for our babies who've been in the NICU for a while, I said, create a table for me showing me all of the different antibiotic courses this patient had, look in the progress note and see why they got these courses. What did we say the indications were in the progress note? Mind you, you have to document well in your progress note, but also tell me if we found positive blood cultures or not. So it's not perfect, and there's some inaccuracies I see in here, but it gives you the dates. You could go back to the progress notes. You could search that a little bit. But as a quick tool of what antibiotics do I want to do on this kid, you get a quick and easy glance of when were they last on it, what were they on it for, so you have that history available. You could do this with steroids, echoes, anything. You can make any of these custom prompts and have it generate for you for rounds. So finally, with this tool, we also have an opportunity to try to do hospital course summaries or discharge summaries. Now, Epic is rolling something similar out as well. We haven't adopted that or tried that out, but regardless of what you have available at your hospital, I do think it's important to start testing these tools and seeing how well they work or what use cases could they work for. This is an example where they did it system-based in bullet point style. I could give it a different prompt to do it more pro style. But when I first saw this, I was like, well, maybe it's as good as an intern. That's still pretty good for AI. Is it better for me to edit this than maybe to start completely from scratch? And probably could it pick up on things that we missed or forgot about? So while I don't recommend that we use this for the patient who's going to be in the hospital for 6 months, maybe those quick 3-day turnarounds that, oh, nobody got around to starting a discharge summary, you could have AI generate it and just edit and go from there and see how much time it saves you. Finally, AI tools for research and for trainees. So many of you have probably seen this Gartner hype cycle, and people have different ideas of where we actually are on this in AI. I'm hoping we're getting to enlightenment and then plateau of productivity, but if we're not there yet, by the time our trainees graduate, I really hope we are. So the thought is, how are we going to start introducing this technology to our trainees? This is my favorite New England Journal of Medicine article that warns, it gives new language, new vocabulary of what we could do if we introduce things too early to our trainees, is could we cause de-skilling, mis-skilling, or never skilling? So I don't say that we should give our trainees AI technology the moment they walk in the door at medical school. They still need to learn how to make a differential diagnosis. They still need to learn how to write a note. But maybe in their clinical years where they want to expand their differential diagnosis, using some of these skills to learn from it and to expand could be really useful. In addition, you can see on that top slide, it shows that these tools can actually help you get to that expert clinician status much quicker. I can't remember all the very rare genetic diagnoses that are out there and could be in my differential diagnosis, but maybe this could help us in remembering, don't forget about this really rare thing in difficult cases. So what do I recommend that our students try? So if you remember, I used UpToDate growing up all the time in medical school. You know, it's a great literature source written by experts giving you a quick summary. So they're rolling out their AI kind of chat feature as well. And in true UpToDate fashion, it's only going to search the UpToDate sources they have available, still written by experts. But also, it'll give warnings. So when I put in, what do you do, how do you treat an infant with a rash? It's still giving the warning to a trainee. I'm assuming this infant doesn't have anaphylaxis, doesn't have difficulty breathing, that is otherwise doing okay, to remind those trainees of those red flag symptoms to not forget about. So I think this is still a great resource for trainees, and I'm hopeful that UpToDate will keep it this way, because I've talked to them, and they actually get feedback that the trainees want the simple, quick answer. What is the treatment? But they said, no, 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 no. We want you to read this. We want you to understand it, and it still has a link to the UpToDate articles so they can read and learn more. But what if they use other things? ChatGPT, OpenAI, ChatGPT Health, how does this work? So I use this actually for my own research. When I use the deep research feature in ChatGPT, because it's my tool of choice, when I'm trying to research a particular topic. And the reason I do this is it said it searched 34 sources in 13 minutes. If I read 34 papers, it would take me like 3 weeks. So having something that can give me a quick summary and then give me the link to the papers that I can download, double check, read myself, this has been really beneficial in my own research. However, for trainees, other things I might recommend them using is open evidence. So this is an example of Dr. Melanie Morris, who was one of my fellows who had to round with me. She really wishes she could be here today, so thus her picture's here. Now I'm sad it's not a video of her dancing and flipping around, but future. But during rounds, we were just talking about a baby who was having apnea, and I said, you know, I read a paper about some places give 20 mg per kg per day of daily caffeine. Why don't you look up that paper? We'll talk about it after rounds. After rounds, she spent 30 minutes in PubMed trying to get the right article. What is that paper my attending was thinking about, trying to read my mind. After she sent me 3 papers, I said, why don't you check out open evidence and see what you get? 1 minute, 1 sentence in open evidence. It gave her a quick summary and gave her like 5 papers to choose from, and she could quickly find the exact paper I was thinking about. So again, a time-saving mechanism that I still want her to read that original literature and read that paper, but not spend time on PubMed trying to figure out what is the right keyword, who was the author of that paper, what year was it. So really, really useful tool that can be powerful for trainees. What tools are clinicians using? This is a recent survey that came out of thousands of clinicians just asking them what their top tool was, and you can see open evidence is there. So a large language model based out of New England Journal of Medicine, all the PubMed articles, very, very powerful. You can also see that they're using Abridge, DAX, Heidi, all of the big ambient AI players, so showing you that ambient AI is becoming more and more prominent, but also lots of other tools out there that you can play around with. So here's my call to action. What am I hoping you guys are going to get out of this? So I think 3 years ago, we thought the expectation was that AI was going to be the bad robots shooting lasers, causing drama in healthcare. But I'm hoping the reality is that the AI robot can be like Bob Ross painting happy trees. Can we use it for good, right? How can we use this to improve efficiency in our lives and also help our patients as well? So if you haven't started using these tools, now is the time. Start using it, figure out what works for you. If your institution has ambient AI, ask them if you could be the champion. Try it out in the NICU. Maybe there's some use cases that works well. Maybe for inpatient in your progress notes, you want to wait till the next version until it gets better. If there is tech that you don't think you have yet, but you need to start advocating to your CEOs, your hospital administration, to tell them there is a clinical need for this. Otherwise, they're just going to ignore it and only implement what they think is important for them. So while we're here at a conference thinking about innovation, I also want to encourage you to think about advocacy, not just for our patients, because that's important, but also for these AI tools. How can you be that champion to advocate and figure out how you can use it, how you can improve efficiency, and ultimately how we can improve our patient care? Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. I hope that you are all enjoying this morning session. We have one more talk before we head out for lunch. It is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Shyam Satanandam, who is the Chief of Cardiovascular Medicine and the co-director of the Nicholas Children's Heart Institute. He's a pioneer in interventional cardiology for the tiniest of patients, best known for developing bedside catheter procedures to close the PDAs in extremely preterm infants right at the bedside in the NICU. He has led multiple national trials resulting in FDA approval of life-saving devices for newborn. It's a pleasure to have him here with us and have him here in South Florida. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Shyam Satanandam.
I hope I'm audible. Good morning, everybody. So I know I'm standing between you all and lunch, so I'll try to go over some stuff. So full disclosure, I'm a cardiologist. What I thought I'll do is I'll speak a little bit about some new innovative procedures that are available for children who are born with heart defects, or not even with heart defects, but what we can offer for children with a newborn baby. So since most of the audience, I believe, are neonatologists. Here are my disclosures. I do have a lot of affiliation with industry, so I have to disclose my affiliation. I feel like when you're an innovator or inventor, it's just easier to partner with industry to get your innovations out. But I'll start by saying that it's an exciting time to be an interventional cardiologist. More and more complex procedures are now performed percutaneously. Gone are the days that everything has to be done through open heart surgeries. A lot of new devices are now available for cardiac procedures, and our devices are getting miniaturized all the time. So if you look at atrial septal defects, we have plenty of devices to close an ASD. All valves currently can be replaced through a catheter. PDA devices, we have plenty of devices. We have at least 15 devices now for closing a PDA. So just great time to be an interventional cardiologist. My old lab, where I was previously in Tennessee, so I wish I can go back. There we go. Yeah. So we had a cardiac cath lab which was right next to an MRI suite. So we could actually do procedures in the MRI suite. So we don't have to use radiation. With the MRI suite, we get 360-degree imaging. And it's no radiation for the patient, no radiation for myself. It's a brand new way of doing interventions. As a cardiovascular person, sometimes we forget the cardiovascular system is not just heart and blood vessels, but also the lymphatic system is part of the cardiovascular system. We figured out ways to actually intervene on the lymphatic system. Again, I'm not going to go over details of all this, but what I'm going to focus is on 5 new pioneering procedures that I've come up with. So these are my personal, it's a personal journey for myself, and it's 5 procedures that are performed in newborns. One is performing transcatheter PDA closures in extremely premature infants at the bedside. I'm sure you've heard about PDA as a theme, so I thought I'd keep with the theme and talk about PDA closures at the bedside. Second is something I feel very strongly about is maintaining fetal circulation in newborns with complex heart defects. So sometimes when babies have very complex heart defects, as a fetus, they survive fine. They don't need any interventions. But as soon as they are born, all the problems start, and you need to have complex operations, multiple palliative steps. So why not maintain the fetal circulation even as a postnatal life? So I will talk about that a bit. Next, I'm going to talk about performing percutaneous VA ECMO in newborns. So for a long time, ECMO is a surgical procedure that requires a surgeon to come place a patient on ECMO. I think you can all, as neonatologists, can do ECMO yourself percutaneously, so we'll talk about that a little bit. I'm going to talk about a new stent technology for newborns that we developed in my lab, in my previous job, and then using a little bit of virtual and augmented reality for procedural planning in newborns. So I'm going to focus mostly on newborns here. So first of all, PDAs, right? So this is a big journey for me. This has been almost a 20-year journey. Started out with developing a device for premature babies. So we had premature piglets. We tested out various prototypes of devices, figured out how to do the procedure, and then led to a clinical trial that I led. I was in Memphis, so we led the clinical trial with a lot of patients, and then got to FDA to approve a device. Personally, I've done over 500 extremely low birth weight and very low birth weight infants over the last 5 years alone, closing PDAs at the bedside. What happened was when we started closing PDAs in Memphis, Tennessee, we had a big referring population. So the patients came from everywhere, not just from the state, but also from a tri-state region, over 500 miles sometimes. Like some of these distances are mind-boggling, where these 500, 600-gram babies were being transported to us on fixed-wing aircrafts because helicopters can fly that way. So we decided, okay, let's figure out how to do this procedure at the bedside. That way we could maybe travel to all these neonatal ICUs and perform these procedures at the bedside. So we totally developed this procedure under echo guidance at the bedside that can be performed in the incubator. We don't have to take the baby out of the incubator, keep the patient, don't disconnect from the ventilator, don't de-recruit the lungs, don't let the patient's temperature decline by moving the baby. And then eventually we worked on getting a C-arm that can be developed for newborn babies. So this is actually a small C-arm that goes into the incubator that fits in. It has a little tablet that you can watch as you're doing the procedure. So you don't have to just use echo. If you want to use fluoroscopy, it can be done. Everything's via Bluetooth, so everything's wireless. So this is us doing procedures in the NICU, closing PDAs, and it's a 10-minute procedure, so no longer do we have to wait for patients to come from everywhere. And then we started traveling to all these outreach NICUs to do this procedure. So this is one thing that, at least now I've moved to Florida, that I'm hoping I can provide all the NICUs a service by just coming out to the NICUs and providing these PDA closures at the bedside. All right, so switching gears, I'm just going to touch base on all these little topics and not focus on one, because each one is a separate 5-day talk by themselves. So I'm just going to touch base on a little bit. Okay, next is maintaining fetal circulation in complex single ventricle patients to postpone neonatal repairs. So what is, how do we do that? So, okay, let's say hypoplastic left heart syndrome, one of the most complex congenital heart defect. So we came up with a procedure called total transcatheter stage 1. So we could do a procedure that could be done via catheter that will allow these babies to grow for 6 months before needing any form of corrective surgery. So the idea was simple. Like in a fetal life in a hypoplastic left heart, the PDA shunts from right to left like it should, because it's providing systemic circulation. Even after postnatal life, it shunts right to left from the pulmonary artery side to the aortic side, because the aorta is totally hypoplastic or atretic. And then the other thing in the fetus is the resistance to pulmonary blood flow is such that most of the blood will go to the systemic circulation and not flood the lungs in the fetus. So we figured out, okay, let's place some kind of a, what we call a pulmonary flow restrictor or a resistor in the branch pulmonary arteries that can resist blood flow to the lungs, so that way the blood can go across the duct and supply systemic circulation. So, and then if necessary, we had to place a coarctation stent to keep the blood go the opposite direction to perfuse the head and neck vessels and as well as the coronary arteries. And sometimes we need to place a stent across the atrial septum to prevent any obstruction at the level of the atrium. So that is kind of the procedure that we came up with. The problem was, how do we make a flow restrictor? So I worked with the Medtronic to actually create a plug called a microvascular plug that goes through a 2-French catheter. And then we modified the microvascular plug. We tested out on multiple, so this is the plug, and we figured out how to modify the plug. So we come up with different solutions for it. But then we tested out in like newborn piglets as a proof of concept. And then we also figured out how we can remove these, what we call pulmonary flow restrictors out percutaneously, and then how the pulmonary artery grows over time. So once the proof of concept was figured out, so these are some microscopic pictures of once we removed the plug, then we came up with how to do the procedure, first in man. So it took a while because when you create something, it's not like everybody's just going to adopt straight to humans. So it took us about 5 years to then adopt to humans. This is our first publication of percutaneous stage 1 palliation for hypoplastic left heart syndrome in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery that was published. And then since then, this has like really taken off. So we started a registry for this. Now the 500th implant in the United States just went in last month. And when we first started doing this, we didn't even imagine this is going to take off because it's an innovative thing. We didn't expect it to happen, but it has taken off quite significantly. So how do we do this? It's actually fairly simple. It's just a 4-French catheter that we place in the femoral vein, so no arterial access, just femoral vein access. We implant the flow restrictors or flow reducers or flow resistors, whatever you want to call it, in the branch pulmonary arteries. And then we stent the ductus through the pulmonary valve. Sometimes what we have to do is we have to stent the atrial septum. So we use radio frequency to kind of make a nice perforation in the middle of the atrial septum and place a stent across it. And if necessary, place a stent across the aortic isthmus. So here's the procedure, just femoral vein access. So we've stented across the atrial septum, have the flow restrictors in the pulmonary arteries, and stent in the duct. Oops, sorry, go back here. Never mind. Now that we created this concept for hypoplastic left heart syndrome, then it becomes easier to treat other lesions. So this is a 1.7 kilogram truncus arteriosus. You can see that the pulmonary arteries arise from the aorta, and we place these flow restrictors in the branch pulmonary arteries. This allowed the kid to grow to about 3.5 kilograms, and then had the operation. Kid did great after the operation. This is a 900-gram baby, which is had an interrupted IVC. We were not told that. We were just told the patient has a large BSD and not able to come off the ventilator. Can you do something about this? So I went in. Oh, there was no IVC. So it turned out the patient had heterotaxis syndrome. We didn't even know that going in. So we came from the jugular vein. It took us like 10 minutes, just placed these 2 flow restrictors in the branch pulmonary arteries. Child came off the ventilator. Went 18 months with this, needing no operation. At 18 months, I was able to close the VSD with a device and remove these flow restrictors out percutaneously. Patient never needed an operation. So we were able to treat these babies. Now these are how the stage 1 patients look like. So I don't know if anyone has taken care of hypoplastic left heart syndrome babies post-operatively. Most of these babies have their chest open. They are massively fluid overloaded. They're basically like you're getting 100 ml per kg per hour of fluid because they third space so much. So they are on a ventilator for a good 2-3 weeks. The chest stay open for 4 or 5 days before we can close the chest. But this is after what happens after total transcatheter stage 1. This is a patient who had a surgical stage 1 after hypoplastic left heart. You see the chest is open. They put a patch to cover up the chest because they're so edematous that you can't close the chest sometimes. But yeah, and then when they go for the initial Norwood operation, the patient's actually thriving, right? Is able to feed, all the organs are mature, the baby is catching up on milestones, and then you go for the stage 1 operation. Sometimes you can even combine the stage 1 and stage 2 operation together, and their hospitalization is less than a week, and they go home and they can continue thriving and catching up on milestones. I think this has been a huge contribution to the field, and it's catching on throughout the country. Now, for the flow restrictors, it's a work in progress. We have to obviously make it better and better. So we've been doing some CFD modeling, trying to figure out what will be the ideal configuration of these flow restrictors. Now, there are 6 companies working on it, trying to figure out. Each one has their own design, and we've come up with our own design, and we figured out like what will be the best from a fluid dynamic standpoint, the design for the flow restrictor should be. I think more to come. I think you will hear about this term, the pulmonary flow restrictor term, quite often in the NICU because it can be done even for a VSD patient. Anyone that has excessive pulmonary blood flow, we could restrict pulmonary blood flow. We've been doing this for PDA stents for patients with pulmonary atresia. We place duct stents in the duct. Sometimes they over-circulate. Then we can just play a flow restrictor, balances out circulation, and you can take it out if they get bigger and they get more cyanotic. So somehow we suddenly figured out a way to manipulate pulmonary blood flow quite well, and this has been a good contribution. All right, moving on. I'm going to move on to percutaneous VA ECMO cannulation and decannulation. I think this is important for neonatologists because I do think ECMOs can be done by anybody. You don't need a special skill set to do ECMOs. I'm going to see how it's done. Okay, so yeah, so ECMO in adults is a percutaneous procedure. The adults, if you are having a cardiac arrest, you don't call a surgeon to place someone on ECMO. The ICU doctor just gets percutaneous ECMO. So why not in pediatrics? So this is what we decided to work on. So this is one of the publications which has been the kind of the publication to go to for strategies for percutaneous VA ECMO cannulation and decannulation in children. This is a child that this is how sometimes it looks. It looks a little bloody because patients are undergoing CPR. I don't have to go through the steps of it, but at the end of it, it just looks all clean. This is an older child where we did femoral cannulation. So we have a venous cannula in the right femoral vein. We have an arterial cannula in the right femoral artery. When you do femoral cannulation, you want to place a cannula for distal limb perfusion because the cannula otherwise prevents perfusion to the limb. So we place another cannula that goes the opposite direction to perfuse the limb. Obviously, in a child or a newborn, you can't do femoral cannulation. You have to do jugular and carotid. I'm going to show you some example. And then we figured out how to decannulate the patient percutaneously. These are some examples. We have closure devices. We have covered grafts. I don't want to bore you with all these concepts today, but I'm just going to go over this aspect of percutaneous ECMO in newborns. This has been around for a while. This is the publication that came out from the University of Michigan. This was from 1992 to 1998, where they had 26 patients. I mean, again, they said in neonates, but the age is 3 to 17 years, that they did percutaneous cannulation. And this is not for VA ECMO. This is just for VV ECMO. So this is kind of a proof of concept. They did this long time ago, but then the interest died out. More recently, we do have percutaneous cannulas that go as small as 6 French. So the percutaneous cannulas go from 6 French to 28 French size. They are made for jugular cannulation, carotid cannulation, femoral venous and femoral arterial cannulation. So you got to know which cannulas to pick. And they come in little kits. So these kits have a needle, wire, dilators, and the cannula. So it's available in almost every hospital. You just have to know that it's available. So we started doing this percutaneous VA ECMO cannulation in newborns. It has made a big difference. Few reasons why. When you're doing CPR especially, right, you don't have to stop CPR. When a surgeon is cannulating, I'm sure everybody's been in a situation where the surgeon is pounding on the chest and the surgeon is cannulating, they still stop compression because if you're doing CPR and doing chest compression, the surgeon cannot actually take the purse strings on the vessel passing cannula, so you're interrupting your CPR, whereas in percutaneous cannulation, you don't have to interrupt CPR, number one. Number two is because there's no cut down, the chance of bleeding actually goes down because the bleeding happens because of all the cut down that's been done, that's been cauterized. Sometimes that's what oozes and bleeds when you're anticoagulated, whereas when you do percutaneous, just a needle stick so it does not bleed. So those are the advantages of percutaneous cannulation. So stay tuned, it is going to become real. I'm actually in a writing committee for the American College of Cardiology for guidelines for percutaneous ECMO cannulation in children's hospitals around the US. So once these statements come out, it's going to get real serious. Okay, in Miami Children's or Nicholas Children's where I work, we have perc ECMO cannulation protocols. And we go by this protocol, and I think it's a quick way of cannulating and decannulating patients and avoids the stress of cutting down. All right, got a few more minutes. All right, next is I'm going to talk about a stent technology that was developed in my lab. It's a stent technology based for small children, but also for newborns. It's a stent that can be placed in a newborn baby that can grow with the child and can be expanded to an adult size. So far, such a stent does not exist. So this stent goes from 2 millimeters up to 24 millimeters, which is great because now we can place a stent in a newborn baby, and it does grow with the vessel, and it can be dilated if necessary to an adult blood vessel size. So we did a lot of animal testing initially to, again, proof of concept, worked with a startup company to develop the stent, and then went for clinical trials, so the initial pivotal study, and then got FDA approval about 2 years ago. This is a patient during the pivotal trial. This is a 3.5 kilo baby with a native coarctation of aorta. If you see the angiogram, you can see how tight that stenosis is. Here's that stent going in. And then this is after stent implantation. The coarctation is completely treated. Now, this stent is going to grow with the child, right? It's going to grow with the child. It's going to go to an adult size. So you basically avoided an operation for coarctation of aorta. And it's, again, a 10-minute procedure. It's vascular access, wire, stent goes up, and you're done. No? So quickly treat a coarctation of aorta. Then lastly, I will talk a little bit about procedure planning with the virtual reality and augmented reality. This is, again, a project of mine. We've been working on with 2 different companies just for the cardiovascular system. I'm sure you've seen a lot of VR stuff, but this is actually for procedure planning, right? So this is actually when we are doing a procedure, we could plan a procedure. Actually, I wanted to include a slide, which I didn't get a chance to do it, is we are now actually wearing our little headset while doing a procedure, so we could watch what we are doing, so we don't have to do angiograms and figuring out where exactly we need to be implanting a stent or a device. We could be doing that real time during a procedure. So here's a patient. This is a simple procedure, just needed a stent in the right pulmonary artery. We are going to implant a new minima stent that will grow with the patient. So this is a small child. This is a patient with Williams syndrome. So we're going to make sure that the stent does not cross the left pulmonary artery origin, does not jail the left pulmonary artery, and sits well. So this is a simple procedure, but then we use it for really complex procedures too. What I did was we have all these devices in the cardiac cath lab, and I have a cath lab that I can spin the C-arm around. So what I do is every device that's in a package, I just spin it around in 360 degrees. Now I get a complete data set in 360 degrees, make an STL file out of it. Now, once it's an STL file, I can transfer it into any VR platform, and then we could do all your virtual implants. So here's how I got that 3D data set, and then we just clean it up. So this is inside the package. This is actually a transcatheter valve. This is a Sapien valve. That's a temperature sensor that was inside the package. So now we got the valve, just convert that into an STL file, and then transfer it into our VR platform. And then you could use it for virtual implants. So here, that way, what I did, this is one of the stents. This is an Evolute valve. That's so you just like spin everything in the cath lab using our fluoroscopy. We got a 360-degree data set. So here's a valve patient. This is an older child, not a newborn. We are figuring out which valve will fit the anatomy. So this is a Sapien valve. We tried that, a virtual fit. Didn't feel that it would be a good fit for this patient. Next, we will try a different valve. But, so basically what we could do is, if we have a CT scan, we could, during the procedure, figure out which will actually fit that anatomy, and then figure out what will be the right valve for that particular patient while you do the procedure. So it really helps us during a procedure. Anyway, that was that patient that we figured out which valve will work. Most of the cath labs now, as I said, we had CT MRI capabilities. So in Miami, we're trying to get a cath lab which has a CT as well as an MRI right next to the cath lab, so we could do real-time cross-sectional imaging. Once you get your cross-sectional imaging, you transfer it to your VR space, get your virtual reality model made. You could practice your procedure and then do the procedure all in one streamlined process. So to conclude, I think it's an exciting time to be an interventional cardiologist. More and more complex procedures are now performed percutaneously. Several new devices are in clinical trial. Currently, there's about 15 or 16 devices that are on trial that we are part of. And then devices are getting miniaturized, and technology is getting better. So with that, I'll conclude my talk. Thank you so much for having me. Open to questions.
Incredible. Thank you so much. We will have time for questions because I can already feel there are questions. So I'll have you go this way. And then a big round of applause for all of our speakers this morning. And Ben and I traded. I know everybody's blood sugar is getting low, but you haven't fallen asleep. We traded spots here, so I'm introducing now a wonderful morning of talks. Really, the future of neonatology is very exciting, very bright. Thank you all for coming to learn more about it. We are going to go over to lunch right across the street in the Art Museum. We'll just ask that everybody's a little bit patient. They have some security protocols, so you'll either need your little badge or your ID. And if you have a bag or a purse, they will check it as you enter, or you're welcome to leave it here in the auditorium, whichever you prefer. We'll have lunch provided by Pampers, and you'll have the opportunity to walk around and see the museum at your leisure. And we will regroup here at 1 o'clock for the TEDx session. And lastly, I'll just have all of our speakers from this morning please come back up to the bottom of the stage, and anybody who has questions or feedback or wants to make contact, please join us up at the front. Thanks, everybody. That was excellent. Oh my gosh, I'm down.
Stay quiet. Okay. ¿Está bien así? Great job.
I don't know if many of you appreciate, but we do have a live pianist bringing this music. We can give her a round of applause. We are very excited for this next session. The TEDx event is something that really was at the centerpiece of the Delphi conference, something that really allowed us, I believe, to look a little bit beyond neonatology and to bring people from other fields to tell us a little bit about how they think and how they work in the field of innovation. The title, I think I can say, is thanks to Rooney Toms, who really had this brilliant idea of calling the event TEDx New River. New River is the channel that we see right outside. And it's basically this confluence of currents, really, that come together. And it's kind of like what we were hoping to do with TEDx New River and trying to really open your minds to how others think about innovation in their respective field. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Lauren Fine. After years as a board-certified allergist and immunologist, she reinvented herself as a medical educator, discovered the most powerful thing she could teach wasn't knowledge, but how to think. Now, as an assistant dean of clinical skills education at Nova Southeastern University and faculty at the Harvard Macy Institute, she's on a mission to flip the script on what expertise means, reimagine the way we train thinker, not just knower. She's here to talk to us about claiming permission to change. Please welcome to the TEDx stage, Dr. Fine.
Here has been told that their field, their industry, their career is changing or dying? Raise your hand. Keep your hand up if you went ahead and did it anyway. Now keep your hand up if you ever wondered if you made the right choice. Okay, you can put your hands down now. At 21 years old, the physician that I admired throughout childhood called me. He heard that I was going into medicine. I was excited. He was going to give me his advice. He was going to energize me. He was going to give me his wisdom. That's not what I got. Lauren, don't go into medicine. It's dying. Insurance companies were taking over. The doctor-patient relationship was fading. Physicians were losing autonomy. The joy was being squeezed out of medicine. I felt the phone drift further and further from my ear. I couldn't wait for it to stop. I was angry, disappointed, in complete denial that any physician would tell someone going into medicine something like this. Maybe it was immaturity. Maybe it was stubbornness. But I refused to hear what he was saying. Start over and reverse course? It wasn't even an option in my mind. I had decided I was going into medicine 10 years earlier, and this was who I was. I still remember that phone call vividly. Every detail, every word. Because somewhere beneath the denial, a question was forming that I wouldn't fully understand until much later. But here's the thing about words that you refuse to hear. They stick anyway. There's a Japanese concept called ikigai, your reason for being. It's often drawn as 4 overlapping circles: what you love, what you're good at, what you can get paid for, and what the world needs. People often treat it like a bullseye. Find the center, and you're done. But here's what nobody tells you. Your ikigai does not arrive fully formed. It builds over time, layer by layer, experience by experience, and it's supposed to change. Like every child, I cycled through what I wanted to be when I grew up: a paleontologist, an astronaut, a veterinarian. But medicine stuck. And I think that's because the dream was grounded in more than just imagination. It was grounded in experience. I knew medicine through the eyes of a child patient. My pediatrician's office, the routine well visits, the predictable rhythm of checkups. I can still smell the sterile scent of alcohol, Band-Aids, and wooden tongue depressors. And I can still see him tall, a little stocky, hands bigger than my stomach. He moves slowly, deliberately, like he had all the time in the world. And when he listened to my heart and my lungs, he breathed in and out in perfect synchrony with me. Being in his office felt like stepping into a Norman Rockwell painting. There was trust, a quiet authority. Someone was in charge, and everything would be okay. This wasn't the moment that I decided to go into medicine, although it did form in my mind what a physician was. And that image mattered, because I would need someone who would live up to it a few years later. I was 9 years old when I got sick. Something was wrong with my joints, and it was a mystery. I ended up in the children's hospital with other children who were far more sick than I was. My rheumatologist was similar to my pediatrician. He was calm, but he was playful and relatable. And I was terrified being around so many sick kids, not knowing what was happening. And he explained everything to me in a way that I could understand. And then, one day during an exam, he took my socks off, held them up, threw them at me, and said, "These are stinky." And I laughed. That's it. That's the moment. The physician who knew what was happening explained it to me, made me feel important, and related to me. He felt me the way that I was. I understood him, and I felt heard and understood. I didn't announce it then, but that was the formative moment that made me want to be a physician and shaped my own goals. Somewhere in my 9-year-old mind, an image was forming of who I wanted to become. Sometime later in high school, I decided for sure I was going into medicine. I had in my mind what that meant, someone who listened and understood not just the patient, but disease, medicine, someone who had the answer. And from that point on, everything revolved around what needed to be done to get there. What grades did I need? What scores? What extracurriculars did I need to get into the right college? And then once in college, what classes? What MCAT scores? What other interests and experiences did I need to get into medical school? And then I was in. I did what was needed. I made it. I had achieved my ikigai. Or so I thought. I just needed to graduate and figure out what I wanted to be. In medical school, the focus was on attaining knowledge, memorizing facts, spitting them back out as fast as they were given to you. In class, on exams, on rounds on the wards. It wasn't about how to process information and make decisions. It was about having the answer when asked. Isn't that what our patients want? They want the answers. I created flashcards, thousands of them, memorizing patterns, mechanisms, diseases, and treatments. On rounds, when the physicians asked me, "What's the diagnosis?" I better know. I didn't say, "I'm not sure," or "let me find out and get back to you." You bounce your answer back as fast as it's given to you. The question was always, what do you know? What just might be the most difficult question to start, what might be the most difficult word to start a question with, especially on its own. Fast forward, I'm a practicing allergist, and I've built exactly the career that I wanted to have. I'm the person with the answers, finally, and I'm restless. On the side, when I wasn't in clinic, I was teaching medical students at my own medical school. And something happened in those moments that didn't happen in the clinic. I felt energized, I felt like myself. In clinic, I was answering the questions, and in the classroom, I was asking them. What else could this be? What would change your thinking? Why do you think that? The question I was answering on a regular basis in clinic was what? When it should have been why. Why does this happen? Why is this the best treatment? Why not something else? And it took working with medical students who were just learning to ask why instead of what, to help me change my focus and realize that it had been wrong all along. And I realized I wanted to teach more. I wanted to be immersed in the why and the how and not just the what. But change is terrifying when your identity is built on certainty. I started looking for permission. I asked colleagues, do you think I could go into medical education? They looked at me like I was completely irrational. Why would you leave clinical practice? You're established, you're successful, your patients love you, your colleagues refer to you, they admire you. I asked my mentors for advice. Some were cautiously supportive, and some were silent. And silence when you're looking for permission sounds like a no. I was waiting for someone to tell me that it was okay to change, to give me the answer. But here's what I realized. I had to stop asking, what should I do? And start asking myself, why not? So I was standing at the edge of a leap, leaving full-time clinical practice for full-time medical education. And I took it. And here's what nobody tells you about taking a leap. The landing is hard. The first 3 years I was in over my head, every single day. I had imposter syndrome like I had never had before. In clinical practice, I knew what I was doing. I was the expert. Patients came to me because I had the answers they couldn't find elsewhere. That identity, that person with the answers, had taken years to build. And suddenly, I was the new person. The one who didn't know how things worked, the one asking basic questions during meetings, the one who felt like everyone else could see right through me. It shook everything. My ikigai, my self-identity, my sense of competence. Some days I wondered if I had made a terrible mistake. If everyone who had looked at me like I was being completely irrational was right all along. I wasn't just learning a new job. I was learning a completely different way of being in medicine. And that meant changing things too, habits, assumptions, ways of measuring my own worth that no longer applied. My institution believed in me before I believed in myself. They saw something I couldn't see yet. And slowly, I started to find my footing. And my patients, the ones I thought would feel abandoned when I left, they cheered me on. Some of them still keep in touch. Some of them come to the classroom. They weren't upset that I was leaving. They were proud of me, that I gave myself permission to. They felt heard when they were in the room with me, just like I felt seen by my doctors as a child. I remember sitting with one of our respiratory therapists when I was in training, talking to her about running. She had been a competitive runner, and I had fallen in love with running as well. Not competitively, except for maybe with myself. And I was excited. I was sharing my stories with her. Why I loved running, why it excited me, that I wanted to keep running, that I wanted to run more marathons and half marathons. My out-of-shape 12-year-old self had become a half marathon runner and a marathon runner and had run dozens of them. It was part of who I was. It was my identity. And she said, it's just a phase. You'll find something else. No, this was part of who I was. This was my identity. How could she call it a phase? But you know what? After I had kids, my energy for running, my time for running diminished. And there was grief in that, losing something that I loved. She was right. It was a phase. But now I understand that the meaning of that wasn't that I would give it up and lose it. She meant that it was a phase in my development. Because everything we do, everything we experience makes us who we are now. I didn't lose running. Running is still a part of me. The discipline, the discovery that I could push myself further than I ever thought, the knowledge that I could set a goal and achieve it. People who reinvent themselves, they don't let go of the past. They allow the future not to be defined by it. We take the good and we bring it with us. We use the hard parts to make us stronger, and we discard everything else. The phases don't disappear. They become the foundation for what comes next. All those hard years, in there something shifted. The fuzzy image was beginning to become clear. Your ikigai can change. It morphs. It's actually a contribution of many ikigais, not just one. And we can have more than one passion, and they can intersect deeply or just peripherally. The allergist that I was didn't disappear when I became a medical educator. She evolved. The clinical skills, the patient relationships, the evidence-based thinking that my attendings had instilled in me, all of it came with me. I didn't abandon my old ikigai. I completed it. Now, when I work with my students, I'm reminded every single day that the question isn't just what. It's why and how and why not. Just a few months ago, one of my students taught herself to code using AI. She had no formal training. She just asked herself, why can't I? And that question stuck with me. I've recognized the gaps and the connections that need filling in medical education, and my student inspired me to figure out a solution. Like my student, I've begun using AI to code and develop programs and websites to help learners from grade school through postgraduate learn better and answer the questions to fill their own gaps. The most important question students answer are very simple: why and how. These are asked over and over throughout the platforms. Yes, what is essential, but it's the scaffolding. And we need to ask why and how to fill the scaffolding to make everything stronger. Now that I've gone through this transformation, found many of my ikigais, and come to understand what ikigai really is, something that changes with you, I've begun a new journey. I've always coached my students and my patients. That's part of who I was and who I've become. But now I'm moving into the next phase, life and career coaching, helping others find the right questions so they can find their ikigai too. I now share my stories, my reflections, offer coaching through my blog, and hope that by sharing my own stories, others can be inspired to take a leap, land hard, and share their journey as well. Remember the phone call, the one where I let the phone drift further and further from my ear? Yeah, that physician was right. Medicine was changing. It's been changing my entire career, and it's still changing now. But he was wrong about what that meant, because here's the truth. Everything is changing. Your industry, your career, your field, it's evolving right now. That's not a warning, it's just reality. The question isn't whether change is coming or whether we can stop it. The question is whether you'll give yourself permission to change along with it. So here's my question for you, and you don't have to answer it today. What would you do if you're trusted that your ikigai was allowed to change? What would you try? What would you explore? Who might you become? You don't need the answer, you just need the right question. My student didn't wait for permission to learn something new. She just asked, why can't I, and started. That's what permission actually looks like. Not waiting for someone to tell you that it's okay. Just asking the question and being brave enough to find out. So I'm giving you permission to question, to explore, to learn something completely new, to change directions, to say, I don't know yet, but I'm figuring it out. You don't need my permission, you don't need anyone's permission, but if it helps you to hear someone say it, you have permission to ask the questions, to not know the answers, to change. Because your ikigai is not a fixed point that you find and defend forever. It's alive. It's supposed to move, and so are you. Everything else, we'll figure it out. We all are.
Thank you, Lauren, for this great talk. I realized that when I introduced the event that TEDx would give us the opportunity to look outside neonatology, and as I'm introducing my next speaker, I realized that I lied. Dr. Phyllis Denary is a neonatologist, but when we invited her for this TEDx talk, we think of her not just as a neonatologist, but as a thought leader. She is the Sylvia K. Hassenfeld Chair of Pediatrics at Brown University's Warren Alpert School of Medicine. She's the pediatrician-in-chief at the Rhode Island Hospital, the medical director at Hasbro Children's Hospital. She has a phenomenal career. She's an inspiration to me and a lot of my colleagues. And today we have the pleasure of having her here with us to talk about the radical power of gratitude in medicine. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Phyllis Denary.
I live in the wonderful state of Rhode Island. I've been there for the last decade. And what I love about this place is it's so beautiful. The ocean is everywhere. After all, it's the ocean state. We don't have to go far to get to somewhere beautiful, to get to work even. So one day that changed. So my beautiful 5 to 7 minute commute became this 45-minute nightmare. I know, New Yorkers, don't worry, I understand. I sympathize with you. However, this became a nuisance and was very annoying, and these signs went up, expect delays. It's a new bridge that's being built. Well, it's your fault that the bridge didn't work in the first place. And it's poor timing for you to have changed this bridge and tried to block the road that everyone takes right before the holidays a few years ago. So everyone was complaining, and I got to work and I would complain endlessly about the commute, and I would use it, frankly, as an excuse for my tardiness, which I'm known for. So as physicians, as healthcare providers, we love to complain. It's a way for us to commune with others. And frankly, we talk about things like black clouds, right? Who has a black cloud when they go on service? And every baby that could ever come in comes in and is a problem. We talk about full moons. Do we expect that at the full moon we'll have thousands of premature babies born? Well, some of us think, oh, it must be that full moon. We also think about having bad mojo. So if we're just riddled with bad luck. And frankly, every time that we complain, we feel like we're communing with other complainers. Who had the worst night? Who had the worst situation? All of that. And frankly, it's become almost habitual, isn't it? What if I told you that complaining harms your brain? That it completely or really dramatically shrinks the hippocampus? And that's the area of the brain that solves problems, etc. And could that lead us to have Alzheimer's disease? Well, they quoted this study from Stanford as the source of this information, and many, many people cited it. It's not true. So please don't cite this study because it doesn't exist. And the way I figured it out is I asked my buddy AI, and it was not there. It doesn't exist. But it sounds good, and maybe it's a bit of a motivation to help us reframe our thinking. And one day, as I was driving, again, my horrible commute, the sign changed, and it said, "Thanks for your patience," as a new bridge is built. Same traffic, same annoyance. However, I felt heard. I felt that my concerns were acknowledged, that someone thanked me for being patient. Yeah? And frankly, it works. So, at one point in the early 2000s, Emmons and McCullough started talking about this in medicine, saying that it's much better to count our blessings and rather than count our burdens as a way to enhance the quality of our lives. So we talk about gratitude. What is gratitude? It's a feeling of appreciation and thankfulness. That's the first part. And the last part is it's consistently associated with greater happiness. That's a definition of gratitude. And we thought, at the time, we weren't thinking of gratitude in my department. We were thinking of burnout. So I invited someone to give us a retreat that was focused on burnout. And the person came and said, well, let's look at it from a gratitude mindset. And I thought, oh, come on. What are we trying to do here? Make everyone feel like they live in Lake Wobegon and that everything's great and nothing's a problem? And isn't that a way for the administrators, those evil people, to make us feel like we should accept the unacceptable? Well, I wasn't raised like that. I was raised to think that everything is critically a problem and that there's always a better answer, there's always a better solution, so why be grateful for something that's not there and perfect? However, there is, as a scientist, I wanted scientific proof, and there is the science of gratitude. And these are real quotes and real papers and not fictional, and they're tools, right? So you can actually measure someone's gratitude. That's a little interesting. Gratitude, resentment, appreciation test, or the GRAT test. And you can measure adjectives that describe gratitude. Also, people are starting to talk about gratitude as a social capital. Is it a way for us, when we're grateful, to validate others and to help build trust? So if you thank your patients for participating in your study, are you encouraging them to trust you with their information, their data, their blood? And is it also a means of increasing cooperation between folks? So if your colleagues know that you're grateful for the contributions that they provide, they're more likely to cooperate. And it also is a way of role modeling when you're grateful, and it helps people pay it forward. So propagating this gratitude is really important. Gratitude also can sometimes be in the form of gifts. And gifts are tricky, right? because are they altruistic, or do we feel they demand reciprocity? So think of the time that you came back to work after the holidays or whatever, and some colleague gave you a gift, but you hadn't thought of giving them one. Ooh, you feel very awkward, very uncomfortable, but there's no demand for reciprocity, nor should there be. And also, if we talk of gratitude, oftentimes we refer to that as a debt of gratitude. I owe you a debt of gratitude. So does that make you owing to that person if they see that you need them, you're grateful to them? And we all know that it's verboten to give gifts in medicine because it can be misconstrued. So that goes for gifts from patients, gifts from industry. So it's viewed as unethical and we shouldn't do it. Another aspect of gratitude is gratuities. That's supposed to be a way to express our thanks. But in this country, you can't get a cup of coffee or a stick of gum without someone sending you a bill that says, how much do you want to add for gratuity, right? And that's annoying when they literally put the cup on the counter and you're supposed to give them some form of gratitude. And frankly, in other countries, when I visited Japan, I was delighted. That's not a norm there. That's not an expectation. So there are many ways to study how gratitude impacts us. And there are actually mental and physical benefits of gratitude. It can actually improve the quality of your life, that's been shown. It can decrease your depression, can make you feel more satisfied than deprived. And actually, in studies of addiction, it helps people get off of their addiction faster. It also has a protective effect against burnout. So probably that is why my facilitator had chosen the gratitude mindset. And also think about it, if you thank your staff, are you not encouraging them to feel better about themselves, the work they do, and acknowledging that? So in a way, you're building what's strong rather than fixing what's wrong. Also, interestingly, I was pleased to see that there are physical health benefits. You can reduce hypertension, depression, you can accelerate recovery from illness. So these are all really important things to think about, that by being grateful and by accepting gratitude, that's the way it goes. I like this quote: "The foremost task of responding to illness and disability is to increase the generosity with which we offer our medical skill. But first we have to feel grateful to be generous of our skills." So think about it when you face that difficult night on call or whatever difficulty you face. If you approach that with the concept that you're providing some special gift, some generous act to the folks that you will take care of, the babies that you're taking care of, that is really the way to express gratitude and provide higher quality of care. I'll divert briefly to this fear of gratitude. One day I'm perusing Facebook a few years back, and I see this quote come up on my feed. Lucia was cared for by Phyllis Dennery, and our family is so beyond grateful to her for saving our baby's life. 2 years later, on the anniversary of that child's birthday, another quote: "Phyllis Dennery, I don't even know how to put into words the gift you gave us." And on it went. I responded like this: fear, anxiety, worry. Oh my goodness, I'm not that person. Why would this person do this? This is cringe. This is embarrassing. I don't feel that I deserve this attention, and certainly not in a public space where I'm outed, right? And so I was very ungrateful and ungracious when I wrote to her in the message. I said, please don't do that. I would do that for all babies, and I don't do that. That's kind of a little too much. And really, that wasn't gracious or grateful. We have to learn to accept gratitude with grace. And in a moment like that, rather than getting real uncomfortable with it, we should just say, thank you, and continue. So it goes for everything. People offer us a compliment or something, and we go, that old rag, or whatever it is that we complain about. So we have to change that way of being, because we are depriving that person who's grateful to us of the acknowledgement and the pleasure of having offered us this gift of their gratitude. Another quote I really like: "Blessed are those who can give without remembering and take without forgetting." So always just do it spontaneously in the situation that you're doing it. And then when you receive a compliment, don't forget that's a special gift to you as well. So, how do we become more grateful? How do we improve our ability to be grateful? Well, first, we have to stop complaining, and we have to be aware that we complain a lot. There's this whole website at complaintfreeworld.org. Yes, and you can take the 21-day challenge where you don't complain for 21 days. I can tell you I haven't tried that yet. It is scary, because who can do that? Not complain. It's worse than any diet you can imagine. So how do they have these little bracelets you can use that remind you to stop complaining. And that's interesting. And I've tried to stop, and it is difficult. And the other way to do it is to think of good things. So when you're complaining about your night on call or whatever, what was good about that day? Were you able to teach residents? Were you able to comfort a family? What is the good that comes from this thing that sounds so bad? And also, there are apps and things where you can keep a gratitude journal. You can write every day as you get up, what am I grateful for today? And we try not to do, I'm grateful for world peace and all this. We want to do something a little more personal, something that relates to your life, not this grandiose thing. And keep that in your notes. One thing we started with our faculty meetings and our departmental meeting is a standing agenda item called Moment of Gratitude. You can imagine the reaction at first. Oh man, we have to do this. This is so corny, right? However, now people are used to it and come with thoughts about what they're grateful for to their families, their patients, their colleagues who have done something nice for them. And it actually decreases the tension and makes that meeting a lot smoother. I tell a brief story of a gratitude letter. So, I'm in a big rush. There's thousands of emails. So how do you respond to something by saying thanks in a nice way? So typically it's like, thanks, move on. However, one time I said to myself, well, let me try to do something a little different. This was a circumstance where my senior leader was preferring bonuses, and I didn't think mine was good enough, but I said I wanted to thank this person. So I started writing my letter, and then I said, let me ask ChatGPT how to write this better, how to add the flowers. That's what I call it. You add flowers. And what came back was this amazing, nice letter, a little too much, so I trimmed it out a little bit. But overall, it was a wonderful way of saying thank you for all you do, for all you've done for our system, etc. Right away, I got a response back. Oh, it's so great to acknowledge this. We've been working so hard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it worked. I didn't get a bigger bonus, but it worked. I got goodwill. So the other concept is that of counterfactual thinking. So instead of seeing something as a missed opportunity, as something terrible that was really disappointing, like you didn't get that big position or something, think about what if I had gotten that position? I wouldn't have been able to do this or that I'm doing now. And there may be a brighter side to the so-called negative aspect of this event in your life. Not thinking what if a catastrophe happens, but more what if we are able to transform this relatively uncomfortable or bad event to something good. So I told you I'm a scientist. I'm a free radical biologist. And I study free radicals. What are those? These are things molecules that are initiated by light or stress or something to have an unpaired electron. So they have this thing floating around that they don't necessarily need. So what they do is they partner with someone else and lead to another electron transfer. And that's the initiation phase. And then the second part of this is propagation. So A gives to B, then A gives to C, D, E, F, etc. So it keeps going. It's a propagating reaction. So let's turn that to gratitude. So someone thanks you for something you've done that's great to them, and you feel better, you feel good. You feel like you made a difference. Or you start spreading gratitude. You thank people who have done good things for you, and now everyone starts feeling good and feeling better and being more cooperative and working with you. So with that, I will thank you.
What a great talk, Phyllis. Thank you very, very much. With TEDx New River, I have the privilege of having a lot of editorial latitude from my colleagues, Dr. Barbeau and Dr. Toms. And so I spend a lot of time looking at things that are not related to medicine. I'm a big fan of chess and a big fan of magic tricks. And when I suggested our next guest to Rooney and Daphna, as usual, they were very supportive. Kevin Perry is a Canadian stop-motion animator, a magician and visual effects creator with 15 plus years in the film industry. Born in Northern Ontario, he graduated from Sheridan College Animation Program in 2010, where his short film, The Arctic Circle, won Best Character Animation and was praised by Tim Burton. He has a tremendous presence on social media with multiple millions of followers, and he comes today to talk to us about how to communicate creatively. Please welcome to the TEDx stage, Kevin Perry.
So here's one of the most embarrassing things that happened to me as a kid. When I was 6 years old, I went to a county fair. And like all 6-year-olds at county fairs, I wanted to get my face painted. And at that age, there was only one thing in the world I would want painted on my face: a shark. So when I got to the front of the line, the face painter asked me what I wanted, and I said, a shark. And he said, a what? And I said, a shark. And he said, a what? I said, a shark. And so he, hesitantly painted my face. And it didn't take long for me to realize that something had gone terribly wrong when all the kids started pointing and laughing at me. You see, when I was 6 years old, I had just a little bit of a speech delay. My sh sounded like s, and my r sounded like ah. So when I thought I was asking for a shark, I was actually asking for a sock. Sad but true. And I love telling that story because it highlights one of the most important aspects of storytelling. What does the audience know, and when do they know it? Bad storytellers dump linear information. This happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Good storytellers are hyper-aware of the flow of information and its relationship to the audience. The logical order of information in my story is that I had a little bit of a speech delay, I asked for a sock instead of a shark, and then I got my face painted. But that's flat and boring. The art of storytelling is holding back and rearranging information. When you're aware of what the audience knows and when they know it, you become a strong storyteller, a creative communicator, and an engaging educator. In this new age of misinformation and the onslaught of AI, it's important that real people who are smart and good at doing things learn how to cut through the noise. Because the noise is getting louder every day. I've spent the last decade competing in the noisiest environment in human history, the internet. I make mind-boggling video illusions, and I bring objects to life through animation. And it's my job. I make scroll-stopping ads for brands. But the core of what I do is tell magical stories. And like all good magic tricks, I obsess over what the audience knows and when they know it. The internet's a lot like digital vaudeville. You get swiped away if you're not communicating clearly and creatively. But how do we do that? We all know the shape of a story, beginning, middle, end. What's lesser talked about is the rhythm of stories. Bad stories are flat. Engaging stories swell up and down like waves. Guide the audience along, take a breath. Guide the audience along, take a breath. 6 years old at a county fair face painting, take a breath. Asked for a shark, a what? Take a breath. Got my face painted, something went terribly wrong, a sock. With every wave, there's a check-in with the audience to make sure you know what you need to know. You're caught up? Great. Let's move on. From that position of clarity, you can add the twists and turns and keep the audience on the edge of their seat wanting to learn more. Now, maybe that sounds like obvious advice to communicate in paragraphs. Once you're aware of it, you start to recognize how the world's greatest storytellers keep you engaged. The next time you're watching a movie, look for the breath. That's a cross dissolve where one shot slowly fades into another. A shot of a city skyline, a cut to the next morning. If you pay attention, those breaths tend to happen every 10 minutes or so. And it's a way to check in, make sure the audience knows what they need to know, and they're ready to move on. And filmmakers can shorten and lengthen those breaths to control the pacing of a movie. And after about an hour or so of this steady rhythm, they can launch into the final thrilling act where the movie builds and builds and the audience starts feeling the tension until finally, a release. And that's not accidental, that's how filmmakers carefully manage what the audience knows and when they know it. Now maybe, that's good advice for big stories, once upon a time kind of stuff. But you might be typically communicating a small fact or a bit of research. Well, regardless of how small an idea is, it can be structured like a story to be made more engaging. There you go. Here's one of the shortest videos I've ever made. I wind up, I smack my face, and I turn into snow. Now, is this a story? And what can it tell us about creative communication? To understand how small stories can be, we can look to animation. Animators, to show that a character is thinking and feeling, use a formula. Anticipation, action, and reaction. A cartoon character doesn't simply pick something up. They show they're going to do it, they do it, and they show that they've done it. Anticipation, action, reaction. Beginning, middle, end, a story. It's why every pitch in baseball is captivating. The pitcher winds up, you know what's going to happen. They throw the ball. Is it a fastball? Is it a curveball? The batter swings. Did they hit it? Did they miss? A story. So I wind up, anticipation. I smack my face, action. I turn into snow, reaction. Now, this isn't just a way to structure stories. This is an entry point into being creative. Creativity, it's not some mystical quality that some people have and some people don't. In my experience, creativity is allowing yourself room to playfully explore options. In the case of this snow video, the boring first version of it was I wind up, I smack my face, I say ouch. Well, that's flat and boring. Instead, I go on a journey of what ifs. What if instead of saying ouch, I burst into water? What if the table shatters like a sheet of ice? What if I turn into snow? So a rapid-fire creative thought process might look like this. There's a guy who bends his knees, jumps, and lands. Technically a story, kind of boring. What if, instead of jumping, he does a backflip? What if instead of landing perfectly, he slips and falls? Now what if we take the end and switch it with the beginning so that he's walking along, slips and falls, accidentally does a backflip, and miraculously recovers? Okay, now we have something. The assumption is that because I'm creative, I magically pull ideas out of thin air. But I'm actually just going on a journey of what ifs and playfully exploring options. Creativity is an accumulation of decisions. Comedians, musicians, filmmakers, artists, they all start somewhere boring and go on a journey of what ifs. And if you go on that journey of what ifs, we, the audience, get your unique perspective, your surprising insight, and your clarity of seeing solutions, and that's creativity. Now, all this works well if you're a guy who's magically turning into snow. But what about words or ideas? Does anticipation, action, and reaction, does that work if you're not a cartoon character? Well, if you've ever seen an infomercial, you can recognize the same structure. Do you suffer from this problem? Have you tried and failed with these other brands? Well, here's our solution. Anticipate your problem, actions you've taken, reaction, our product. Now, communicating an idea doesn't have to be as heavy-handed as an infomercial, but to be structured like a story to be made more engaging. Scientists have made a breakthrough. Here's what they learned after years of research. This is how it changes treatment forever. Beginning, introduce a knowledge gap. Middle, take us on a journey. What are the actions, the wrong turns? Reaction, where have we ended up? What does it all mean? Now, making 5-second magical videos isn't the only thing I do. It's often the making of, behind the scenes of how I do it that's more popular. But there isn't some ace up the sleeve, smoke and mirrors way as to how I achieve these effects. It's actually really technical and boring. I sit at a computer for days or weeks in manipulating pixels in editing software. But how do we make that more engaging? The rule I work by is teach people who didn't ask to learn. Don't further educate the already educated. Ask, what does the audience know? Assume nothing, and take them on a journey step by step through the information. So in the case of me turning into snow, I can't show editing software because that would assume a knowledge of editing software. Instead, I have to explain it like video layers are physical objects. This layer goes on this layer, that goes on this layer, goes on this layer. Because the people understand that. If you want to reach the most general audience possible, you have to anchor complex explanations to something universal. So to simplify the explanation of how I turn into snow, I have to structure it like a story, dun, 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 and I have to be mindful of how I'm pacing the information and the rhythm. So here's a magical, anticipation. Here's this magical trick, and I'm going to show you how I made it. Action, I actually smacked my face on the table, but I hide that information. I dump snow on the table, and I carefully cut it out and add it to the shot. It looks pretty good as a direct cut, but then I have to go in and add pieces here and there to really smooth it out. And by the way, the only reason I'm wearing a hat is to manipulate your attention across the cut so that you don't see all the mistakes that I left in there. Reaction, here's the trick. Now you understand how the parts make up the whole. And I obsess over this stuff. Structure, rhythm, clear communication. Because in this increasingly distrustful and noisy internet, I value being able to share my work and my story. It's important to me. There are young people who want to do what I do. They want to be on the same path. And AI and search engines can give them 1 million data points about what that path looks like. But data doesn't move people. Every day, there are smart people with great ideas who lose attention. Not because the ideas aren't good, because they don't know how to guide an audience through them. We're at a crucial point where real people with real ideas and real intelligence and real talent and real information need to cut through the noise. So whether you're entertaining as a digital magician or educating on a bit of research or telling a story or talking about getting a sock painted on your face, you're doing more than dumping information. You're telling a story. Have beginnings, middles, ends. They have anticipation, action, reaction. They have a rhythm to the information, to the pacing of the information. You're taking the audience on a journey from knowing nothing to knowing something. And creative communication is all about how you uniquely choose to guide your audience on that journey. It all starts with one question: what does the audience know, and when do they know it? Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for a phenomenal talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Laura Vader. She is striving to keep healthcare human for both patients and clinicians. She's a medical oncologist. She's also a writer. She's an assistant professor at the Indiana University School of Medicine and director of the Compassionate Medical Education at the Hippocratic Collective. Today, she's coming to talk to us about the cost of awake and talk to us about sleep deprivation in medicine. Please welcome to the TEDx stage, Dr. Laura Vader.
Thank you. Welcome. Imagine this. Your child's school bus is weaving erratically down the road. Any parents in here? Okay. The driver stops, opens the door, and says wearily, "Good morning. Don't worry, I'm not drunk. I just haven't slept in 24 hours. Would you let your child get on that bus?" We understand impairment when it's from alcohol, but we don't talk about it when it's from fatigue, even though the science is clear. Fatigue is impairment. One classic study looked at essentially alcohol compared to fatigue and found that after 24 hours awake, impairment was similar to that of being legally drunk or having a blood alcohol content of 0.1%. In every other industry, sleep has strict regulations. Pilots are mandated to sleep, truck drivers, bus drivers, they all have strict limits. But not doctors. We know this. We're doctors here. We work 24 hours, 28 hours, 36 hours, and often much more. Why? Part of it is tradition. In the 1890s, a surgeon named William Halsted created the model for residency training as it exists today. Residents, hence the name, had to live at the hospital, remain unmarried, and had to be available to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But there's an uncomfortable truth here. Dr. Halsted became addicted to cocaine while testing it as an anesthetic. And then he later used morphine to fall asleep. He relied on his residents, working nonstop to cover up his addiction. This created a trickle-down cultural norm where sleep was deemed unimportant. The larger reason that this system of sleep loss persists is really the culture we've created around the status quo. It's a hyper-competitive culture where doctors are rewarded for appearing superhuman. It's a healthcare system that is financially strained to its limits, and it's a growing workforce shortage that makes coverage feel impossible to redesign. Replacing this with safer staffing costs real money. One analysis from the New England Journal of Medicine said it would cost $1.6 billion a year to implement safer sleep reforms nationwide. So sleep loss in medicine has been normalized, even considered a virtue. The truth is that it's a system flaw, and systems can be redesigned. Here is the idea I want to share today. Sleep is at the center of safety, both for our patients and for the people caring for them. So first, let's look at patient safety. When we are sleep deprived, we're not just groggy, we are impaired. Our memory shrinks, our working, essentially memory and attention decreases, our coordination becomes impaired. We're more confident than we should be and more error prone than we realize. And we all know this, that in a hospital, a small lapse is never small. It's a missed allergy, a decimal point, a medication dose. In one landmark study, they found that doctors working extended shifts of 24 hours or more had 36% increased risk of making a serious medical error and made 5.6 times more errors when making a diagnosis. Here are some quotes that doctors have given me permission to share. As a surgeon, I fell asleep while operating on a patient and collapsed into their open abdomen. Imagine if that was you or your loved one. In the NICU, I ordered 4 times the strength of a baby's sodium supplement. I felt so guilty. I once gave a patient too high a dose of insulin, and they had to be rushed to the ICU. These are not careless people. These are trained professionals that are working under what we would call impairment in any other industry. And the truth is that when we ask doctors to practice medicine when they're sleep deprived, we are building preventable risk into care. Sleep is at the center of safety. And it doesn't just affect our thinking. It actually affects something even more central to healing, our empathy. We know that when we are sleep deprived, we have a decreased ability to process emotional information. If we look at MRI scans of people after a night of no sleep, they have far less activity in the empathy areas of their brain. And if you've ever had a newborn baby or you've taken a red-eye flight, you felt this, right? Our empathy fades when we're exhausted. There's also research to show that doctors who are low on sleep, they feel less empathy for a person in pain, and tired doctors prescribe less pain medicine. Here is what doctors have told me. I'm a hospitalist, and I was once so tired, I was glad when a patient left against medical advice, so I had fewer patients to round on. As a resident, I was asked to stay and operate on a patient with ovarian cancer. I was so exhausted but couldn't say no. We soon saw that the cancer was terminal and had spread throughout her body. The surgery was stopped early, and I felt an immediate relief that I would finally be able to sleep. I'm still horrified. This was the first emotion I'd felt after finding out she would die of cancer. I'm a surgeon, and I was once so exhausted on call and about to see a new patient when I heard a code blue announced for their room overhead. And they died soon after. I remember feeling relief that they had died because it meant I had a moment to rest. I still feel terrible about that. These statements sound shocking because they are shocking, right? They're also not just one-off stories. These are common experiences that clinicians can face when they're sleep deprived. And in healthcare, the stakes of this are enormous because when doctors show compassion, the data is very clear that outcomes change. When we as doctors listen to our patients, we connect with them and we show compassion, we're actually more likely to get the diagnosis right. We need fewer referrals to specialists, fewer diagnostic tests. In turn, patients have less anxiety when they go to the doctor. They're more likely to adhere to the treatment plan. For all of these reasons, when doctors show compassion, healthcare costs go down, malpractice lawsuits go down, medical errors go down. So when exhaustion erodes compassion, it's not just tragic, it's dangerous and expensive in more ways than one. It also can harm us as clinicians when we are sleep deprived. Chronic sleep loss, the data is becoming increasingly clear over the last 30 years that it increases our risk for heart disease, diabetes, stroke, and even cancer. We also know that it can increase the risk of accidental harm. It looks like the needle stick at 4 a.m. because your coordination is impaired. And we all know that a needle stick is not a small thing. It can mean months of testing, medication, fear, and waiting to see if you've contracted an illness like hepatitis C or HIV. In one study, they found that needle sticks were significantly more likely to happen during extended shifts of 24 hours or more, and more likely to happen at night than during the day. One study found that the 29th hour of the shift was the average time of an injury. And then there is the drive home. We ask doctors to care for patients all day and all night, and then we send them onto the road impaired. Some doctors miss exits, fall asleep at red lights, get into fender benders, and some tragically never make it home. One study found that when doctors are working 24 hours or more, they're twice as likely to report a car crash and 6 times more likely to report a close call. And here's what doctors have told me. I fell asleep at the wheel last week after being awake for 24 hours on call. Every colleague I've spoken to has said, oh yeah, that's happened to me too. I was driving home after a labor and delivery shift and had delivered 8 babies. I fell asleep on the freeway, hit the guardrail, and my car got towed. I'm lucky to be alive. Another said, a neurosurgeon at our program who'd been awake for 30 hours fell asleep at the wheel and unfortunately died on the commute home. And another one said, I fell asleep driving home and my car stopped by itself an inch from a school bus. It was horrifying. This is not just a workplace safety issue. This is a life and death issue for clinicians and for other people on the road. And then there's the cost that we never talk about because we as clinicians are trained to hide it. Sleep loss alone increases the risk for anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts. It's an independent risk factor. And when we combine chronic sleep debt with moral injury and grief exposure, we get the makings of a mental health crisis. Many clinicians have anxiety or depression and suffer in silence because they're afraid of professional consequences or stigma. When I was severely sleep deprived for 5 months in a row, I started having thoughts of suicide. It was one of the most devastating periods of my life, and it took me months to climb out of that. Here's what doctors have told me. I became so sleep deprived that I was depressed and started to have thoughts of suicide. I voluntarily went to the ER and was admitted to the hospital for 5 days. My sleep loss got to the point I was having daily panic attacks before my shifts. Nearly every time I'm awake for 28 hours or more, I have thoughts of suicide. Sometimes I wish my car would crash just to have some relief from being so devastatingly tired. Sleep loss can also push our brains toward hallucinations, psychosis, even paranoia. I've had countless doctors tell me about their hallucinations, seeing people walking in the road, feeling bugs crawling on their skin, hearing voices that weren't real. And once, when I was awake for about 60 hours, I was in the emergency room taking care of a patient, and I started hallucinating shapes and images on the wall. And here's the most dangerous point. Even when our minds are slipping, we're still expected to make life and death decisions for patients. Sleep is at the center of safety. So what do we do? How do we change a healthcare system that has normalized sleep loss despite its tragic outcomes for patients and clinicians? Like every other industry, we must treat sleep like what it is: safety infrastructure. We stop treating it like a luxury, and we start treating it like hand washing and sterile technique. Here are 4 steps we should begin taking immediately. First, we must recognize that fatigue is impairment. Fatigue is not weakness or lack of grit, it is impairment. We, as a healthcare society, as professionals, we have to take a hard look at the data and acknowledge the harms of sleep loss. Rest has to be built in, protected, and reinforced, not treated like a personal failing. And yes, making these changes will cost money. But the real question is the cost we are already paying in terms of medical errors, disability, lawsuits, turnover, and especially lives negatively affected and even lost. Second, we have to work to remove extended shifts and redesign coverage wherever possible. Even within our current frameworks, we can work to shorten shifts, strengthen handoffs, and allow for cross coverage. We also need to remove urgent work from nights as much as possible and shift some of that into routine daytime workflows. Rest also has to be prioritized. So if you're a doctor working a long shift, which might end in the morning or early afternoon, you should not be penalized for missing a lecture or a meeting when sleep is what you need most. Third, we have to protect clinician health. When long shifts are unavoidable, doctors need rideshare options, real rest spaces for during and after a shift, and accessible mental health care. And fourth, we have to prioritize people over profits. Healthcare leaders, like all business leaders, face the challenge of having more problems than money to solve them. In a world where headlines are made by investing in the next best IT system or AI platform or merger to increase market size, the headline we should chase is this: no patient was harmed by a preventable medical error. No clinician died from suicide or from a car crash on the way home. What if the future of medicine isn't built on the illusion of superhuman endurance? What if we stopped romanticizing the clinician that can function without sleep? Because our patients don't need martyrs. They need minds that can think clearly, they need hands that can operate with steadiness, and they need hearts that still have the ability to show compassion. And clinicians, we deserve to be mentally and physically well. We deserve to get home alive. So I'll leave you with this. Sleep is at the center of safety. Our patients deserve to be safe, and the people caring for them deserve it too. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Boy, what an important topic to cover. Next up, it's my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Ben Korsche. Dr. Korsche is a neonatal intensive care physician and an internationally known medical podcaster, as most of you know. But he's also a relentless philosopher of life. He has intense curiosity, and I truly feel, I'm kind of hoping, that his talk, Can 10 Seconds Change Your Life, will give a little bit of insight in how he thinks every day. Ben.
Thank you, Rooney. I am an excellent multitasker. I feel like with my job, it's kind of part of the expectation. I'm a doctor working in the NICU. We take care of some of the smallest and most fragile infants in the hospital. We make very important decisions on a day-to-day basis. And we do this while coordinating multidisciplinary teams, updating families, documenting everything in the electronic medical record system. I also am the medical director of our Level 3 NICU. I co-chair the pediatric division at Nova Southeastern University, and my colleagues and I have built a medical education company that reaches thousands of healthcare providers worldwide. People know me for getting things done, for being efficient, for being in 3 places at once, mentally, if not sometimes physically. And with that feedback, I keep pushing. I find myself answering text messages during Zoom calls. Actually, I find myself answering text messages during Zoom call while checking my email. And this doesn't even register anymore as something abnormal. This is the norm, because I'm very good at multitasking. And what I found is that when I speak to people about this, asking whether they are good multitaskers feels like I'm asking people whether they are good drivers. I've never met a single person who told me they were a bad driver. I feel like we have this inflated perception of ourselves that we're quite good at a lot of things, we're excellent drivers and we're excellent multitaskers. But the truth of the matter is maybe we're not. Actually, let me say that again. We are definitely not. We are provably and measurably terrible at multitasking. And here's a real kick in the teeth. The more we do it, the worse we get at everything else. There was a recent research paper that looked at heavy multitaskers with digital media, the kind of people that answer text messages during Zoom calls, and compared them to light multitaskers. And what they found was that even small mental blocks related to shifting between tasks during multitasking can lead to up to 40% reduction in productivity. 40%. Nearly half of my day gone, not because I'm trying to do too little, but because I'm trying to do too much. And it's not just lost time. As cognitive load increases from multitasking, performance on our primary task declines in proportional and measurable ways. Reduced response time, more errors, reduced quality of work. Not doing less, I'm actually doing worse. And here's what struck me about this. In a world that rewards constant speed, motion, maybe we've forgotten that some of our most important work requires the exact opposite. It requires us to stop, it requires us to think and to see what's actually in front of us instead of what we've been told is there. Let me show you what I mean. This is a fairly simple chess position. I think anybody playing chess could find out what the next move is. White is due to play, and white is in trouble in the late stages of the game. But any amateur would tell you what the next move should be. The strategy is simple. Avoid the checks, protect your king, and try to build some counterplay. Any player looking at this position would agree white is definitely in trouble, but they would also agree on one thing. The game is not over. And yet, for centuries, this position was considered to be completely lost. Not because of the way the pieces are set up on the board, but because of how this position was framed. This position comes from a famous engraving done in 1831 by Friedrich Retzsch, known as the Chess Players, or also known as Checkmate. In this painting, you can see a young man playing for his soul against the devil. The young man looks lost, the devil looks triumphant, and this angel in the middle looks on with grief. There's a beautiful story from the Columbia Chess Chronicle in 1888 that mentions that this painting was hanging on the wall of a Virginia home visited by American chess prodigy Paul Morphy. And Paul Morphy looked at this painting, paused, thought for a moment, and announced, "This young man's position is not completely lost." He said, and I quote, "There are more moves to be played here." He then asked the host to set up the position on a real board, and according to the story, he proceeded to beat any player willing to take the devil's position, despite the obvious advantage provided by the black pieces. Now this story, and the details of this story, are highly debated on online chess forums, which I love to visit. But whether every detail is perfectly accurate doesn't really change what this story is telling us. That when we change the context, we change what people see. And when we change what people see, we change what people do. On the wall, with a title like Checkmate, most viewers accept the outcome. It's over. The young man has lost his soul. There's only one possibility here. He's not recovering. However, on the board, with the pieces on the board, with the title stripped away, Morphy pauses, thinks, and suddenly new possibilities appear. Context shapes perception, perception shapes action. Now for Paul Morphy to figure out that there were more moves to be played must have been very intellectually satisfying, maybe lucrative if they were betting on the outcome of these games, which happens in chess sometimes. But for us working in the neonatal ICU, asking whether there are more moves to be played isn't theoretical. It's on the table every single day. And the answer to this question determines whether a baby is going to make it home with its family or may not survive its hospitalization. In the neonatal ICU, we care for babies who are extremely premature, born on the edges of viability, often weighing less than a pound. The decisions we make have lifelong consequences, and not just for that baby, but directly and indirectly for that family as well. And just like in that painting, if we allow the context to set a reflexive approach to care and decision-making, we're left with mediocrity and stagnation. We accept the narrative we've been given instead of looking at what's actually in front of us. But when we pause, when we actually look at the board, everything changes. Here's what this looks like in practice. When a baby is facing an important medical decision in the ICU, we don't just jump straight to the intervention. We pause. And we ask ourselves, what is the outcome that we're really looking for here? And we don't answer that question alone. We answer that question in concert with the family. We sit down with the parents and we say, what are the outcomes you're looking for you and your child? Is it minimizing suffering? Is it maximizing time at home? Is it giving a chance for your child at a certain kind of life? What do we think about the very real possibility of long-term disabilities? And with that information, with this discussion, we look at the board and we say, what moves are available to us? And this is quite important because in neonatology, the board has changed in dramatic ways over the years. 80 years ago, if a baby was born weighing less than 3 pounds, the outcome was simple: death. Nobody would object. There was no discussion. The context was clear, and the narrative was set. In 1971, which is not that long ago, leading medical textbooks in pediatrics and neonatology would say that the limits of viability were around 28 weeks of gestation, about 6.5 months of pregnancy. For any baby born before that time point, survival was considered to be impossible. Over the years, and thanks to research done in the 80s and 90s, we've learned that babies born as early as 24 weeks of gestation can actually survive with surprisingly good outcomes. Today, we're even witnessing babies born at 22 weeks of gestation survive their NICU hospitalization. The position that we thought decades ago to be an automatic loss, checkmate, has now very real, even if fragile, possibilities. So when a baby is born today at the edges of viability, we don't just rush straight to maximum intervention on autopilot. we pause, we stabilize the patient, and ideally we've had the opportunity to sit down with this family even before the baby is born. But if we haven't had the chance to meet with a family before a baby is born, we stabilize the patient and we make space for this. We sit down with the parents and we talk about outcomes. We talk about risks. We talk about uncertainties. But we also talk about possibilities. And together, with this information, we ask ourselves, what is the best strategy for us? And we don't do this because that's what the textbook says we should do, and we don't do this because that's what we did yesterday. We do this because we see an individual baby, we see an individual family, we see a singular position, and we ask ourselves, what moves are available to us now? But here's what the data shows, right? When we don't pause, even for a moment, it comes at the expense of accuracy. And in medicine, it comes at the expense of patient outcomes. There was a very interesting study done in the Journal of the American Medical Association that looked at the relationship between inappropriate prescriptions and visit length. And what it found was that as visit length got shorter and shorter, the rates of inappropriate prescription went up. More inappropriate use of antibiotics, more risky combination of medication. But what it found is that by increasing the length of the visit by a single minute led to measurable improvement in a reduction of inappropriate prescription. Not a single hour, a single minute. When we're talking about sitting down with families and having conversation about goals of care, these decisions feel like the big ones, the ones weighty enough to warrant pausing and to warrant a discussion. But here's what we tend to forget. Small decisions matter too. Which antibiotic to order? Which test to order? Whether a symptom warrants an intervention or reassurance. These decisions happen dozens of times a day, and they happen fast. And this is really the problem. We're working today in medicine in a system that is optimized for efficiency. Faster throughput, more patients per hour, shorter visit time. If you want to think a little bit about your patient, that's not just unrewarded, that's actively discouraged. You want to think about what to do with your patient next, that's not really profitable. And in medicine, like we said, when accuracy is at stake, patient outcomes are at stake. And what we notice is that when physicians are under time constraints, they're more likely to make mistakes. And they're more likely to make mistakes when facing complex medical cases, kind of like the ones we see in the neonatal ICU. And this isn't just in medicine, by the way. Do you remember this chess position? Researchers have also looked at how chess players, even grandmaster, perform under time pressure. And under time pressure, even the best chess players make more mistakes. Chess players under time pressure tend to revert to quick, risk-averse moves, not because they are better, but because they don't have time to calculate all the possibilities. And when they do this, their strategy collapses. Let me see if I can play this. Can we play this video, please? Okay. In chess, they also analyzed millions of chess moves and looked at the rates of blunders or mistakes. And what they found was that the rates of blunder were much, much higher when time constraint was an issue. And what they found was that the rates of blunder actually went down when the time given to think about the move actually went up. How much time? 10 seconds. This is how much time a chess player needs to see its accuracy go up in significant ways. So here's what I've come to understand. I want to do well. I want to be available for my patients. I want to be precise and accurate in my medical decisions. And for the longest time, I thought that this goal would take me years and years of learning, of practice, of education. And yes, experience matters, education matters, expertise matters, but it starts with something much simpler. It starts with a pause. It starts with taking the time, just 10 seconds, to look at the position in front of me and ask, what is at stake? What moves are actually available? And I think that with that pause, I am well on my way to reaching my objective. And I think this applies to all of us. Now again, I'm not talking about endless deliberation, just 10 seconds. I'm not talking about agonizing over every single decision, just taking a moment to actually see what's in front of us. And this applies to everybody. Your work might not involve dealing with patients in the neonatal ICU, but I bet that your work matters to you just as much. And I bet that you're going through dozens of decisions every day on autopilot, and those decisions probably deserve a moment of thought. The stakes may be different, but the principle is the same. When we pause, we see more clearly. When we see more clearly, we choose better. No matter what field you're working in, no matter what the stakes are, whether it is a patient's life, whether it is a business decision, whether it is answering your child at the end of a long day, before you make a decision, pause. That might look like closing your laptop before responding to an email. It might look like taking a breath before uttering a response. It might look like sleeping on a decision before committing immediately. And when you pause, think like a chess player, think like a critical care physician, and ask yourself, what is the outcome that I'm looking for here? And which decision is going to get me closer to that outcome? Reflect, think, because it's when you think, when you actually give yourself the permission to pause, that suddenly all the possibilities appear in front of you. The position that was completely lost, checkmate, it might not be. There might be more moves to be played. And choosing the right move becomes a much easier task when all the possibilities are open in front of you, rather than when you're rushing through the day, rushing through your to-do list, just trying to check off the boxes. The world will always push you to do more, to go faster, to multitask more, to accept the narrative painted on the wall. But the quality of your work, the quality of your decision, and I think ultimately the quality of your life, depends on your willingness to stop, to pause, and to think. To step back from the painting and to look at the actual board and ask yourself, are there more moves to be played here? I think you'll find that there almost always are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Whoa, what a good talk. I know that this talk has been a long time coming. For the holidays this year, I bought Ben a mug. It said, look like I'm listening to you, but I'm thinking about chess. And I didn't realize how right I was. So thank you for that. Certainly, in this first half of our TEDx this afternoon, the speakers have given us a lot to think about, things we can take back, I think, every single day to our lives back at home. We have another half of the afternoon coming up, but we'll give you guys about 15 minutes to take a break, get some iced coffee and some snacks. We'll have our TEDx speakers come up to the front for anybody who has questions or comments. And before we go, just one more big round of applause for our wonderful speakers. Thanks, everybody.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, everybody. I think everybody is still shuffling in. We're very excited for the second half of our TEDx event. Thank you again for everybody who is here. And again, these talks are recorded, and these specific talks will be available on the TEDx YouTube channel. I don't mean to frighten our speakers, but obviously it's an amazing platform to disseminate the great ideas that have been shared today. We're very excited about our next talk. We have the pleasure of having with us Harry McCusker, who's the Director of Research and Development for North America Pampers Diaper, bringing over 26 years of experience in developing innovative ingredient formulation and processes, including diapers, baby products, and wipes. And with a global perspective, he's designed diapers to meet the need of babies and parents everywhere. I think that Harry has a vision for how should we care for what Shetal this morning was calling one of our most dismissed and divested population, which are small children. He's coming today to talk to us about tiny diapers, big impact, caring for the smallest preemies. Please welcome to the TEDx stage, Harry McCusker.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. With the theme of this event being Dare to Innovate, I'd like to share with you why I believe that for the tiniest babies, the tiniest details matter when you're introducing a new innovation to the world. And to set some context for this, I'd like for you to all take out your mobile phone, please. Hold up your phone. I know you all have one. This is not to ask you to put it on to vibrate, although that is probably a good idea. I would ask for you to hold your phone in your hand like this and appreciate the weight of that phone. My phone weighs 221 grams. There are babies being born today, as you've heard at this conference, that are born at 300 grams or 400 grams. Now, when these babies are born, they're often going to be 22, 23 weeks of gestational age. These are very young babies. Right? These babies have missed a lot of time of development in their mother, in the womb, where they can grow and develop into healthy, full-term newborns. To set the stage for how much time that really is, I'd like to ask you a question. What are you doing in June? What are you doing in June? Some of you may know if you have a special event, a trip, or a conference, you may know what you're doing in June. But for many of you, you have no idea what you're doing in June. If you're like me, you don't know, because June is so far away. So I'd like you to hold on to that idea, because if you are a woman who is pregnant with a due date in June, she knows exactly what she expects to be doing in June. But if she was to have that baby born today on January 27th, she would have a 22, 23-week gestational age baby. She would have a baby that weighs a little bit more than your phone does, something that is small enough that you carry in your pocket without even thinking about it. That's how small these infants are. Now, I spent 26 years in research and development developing baby products. And for much of that time, I spent working on diapers that many of you think of when you think of diapers on infants. These are diapers that you would imagine on a 1 or 2 year old, or even a healthy 8-pound full-term baby. And for decades, that served the world very well. We'd invented the disposable diapers in 1960, and it was only up until the early 2000s that babies were being born small enough that we needed to have the first micro-preemie diaper designed for babies that are less than 2,000 grams. The medical community came to us and said, hey, we need an even smaller diaper than that. So in the late 20-teens, we invented the first diaper that's intended for babies less than 800 grams. But much of the medical community has come back to us and said, believe it or not, Harry, that tiny diaper that you make is already still too big for the tiniest little babies that we have. And so we need something even smaller. So as we have in the past, we've tried to answer the call, and so we've invented the world's tiniest diaper, the first diaper that's intended specifically for babies less than 500 grams. Now, some of you may be thinking, it's just a diaper. Well, for these little infants, there is no just-a, right? There are very few products that are made specifically for these size of very, very tiny infants. And so there isn't just anything. Everything matters to these little infants, right? And if you think about it, why would a diaper be important? Well, a diaper is the first thing that they wear, might be the only thing that they wear for quite some duration, right? It's something that they wear all the time, and it's something that covers a large surface area of their body, and part of their body where their anatomy is still very much developing and that is very, very vulnerable and very fragile. So something that may seem so simple as a diaper is also crucial. And so I would like to share with you, as we've created this innovation, what are some of the engineering challenges that we've had to overcome and why, for these tiniest of babies, the very tiny details always matter. Okay? So for the first challenge I'd like to share with you, it's being gentle on the most vulnerable of skin. So I would ask you now, hold your hands out like this in front of you, and take a look at the skin on your hands. And now you can marvel at the protection that that skin affords you, right? All the chemical, biological agents, the allergens that are trying to get to you, you have healthy skin as an adult that's helping to protect you, right? But as an adult, parts of your skin have a 10x factor of protection greater than these tiny little infant babies have when they're born so premature, right? And so for these little kids, their skin is often described as being like the skin of a rotten tomato. It's transparent, right? It's very vulnerable. And so any kind of skin breakdown is an introduction of a pathway for possible infection. So even something as you know, seemingly benign as a diaper is crucial because it's something that's in contact with these babies' skin all the time. And so for us, the challenge was, how do we create fabrics throughout the entire diaper that are breathable, that are soft? And so we created a microfiber structure that allows this to be up against an infant's skin for up to 6 hours of care. A second challenge that we have is how do we get the mess in the urine away from the skin as much as possible, right? We know that skin breakdown is a concern in the NICU. In fact, most infants suffer from some degree of skin breakdown during their stay in the NICU. And for other infants, that could be quite a lot more severe. So for example, the children suffering from like opioid withdrawal syndrome, right? They have very difficult skin to manage. And so there's a real problem of trying to treat the skin and trying to keep it healthy. And furthermore, stool and the urine that ends up inevitably being inside of the diaper. The good news for all of us is that those enzymes that are in your digestive tract are very good at digesting food. Unfortunately, they're also good at digesting infant skin. And so having that mess in contact with the infant's skin is a common cause of potential diaper dermatitis or skin breakdown. And so we've invented a special layer inside of this little diaper that has micro holes that allow the mess in the urine to be absorbed and to be moved away from the skin. And in doing so, we're trying to help to prevent that type of skin breakdown that can happen. A third area that's really important is leakage protection and not being bulky. So as many of you know, leakage protection is something that is crucial to all diapers, whether it's for a 1-year-old or 2-year-old, but it's especially crucial for these little kids that are born months premature. In an isolate, when a leak happens, then 2 caregivers have to get involved, one to care for the baby, one to remove the soiled linens from the inside, and this is a disruption. This is a disruption to a baby that would best be served resting. That's why many of your hospitals have 6 or 4-hour protocols of leaving these babies undisturbed. And so even something as simple as what could be a diaper change that's already disruptive is now even more disruptive when it leaks. And so one way to solve that problem would be to make these diapers ultra absorbent, add lots of absorbent material into these tiny little diapers. But we know that has a very negative consequence as well, because the caregivers that are caring for these infants go to great lengths to keep their legs and their hips and their joints lined up in the right way as they would be if they had still been inside their mom. And so we can't have a bulky diaper, and at the same time, we want to have a diaper that is ultra absorbent, right? So that's why we've introduced a new technology. This is the absorbent core that is inside of this tiny little diaper that is designed to be ultra absorbent and ultra flexible, allowing for it to have the leakage protection that I mentioned, but then also helping to allow for the developmentally appropriate aligning of these babies' legs. So that's the third concern. And the fourth concern is how do we get a diaper that fits all of these infants? These infants that are born this premature, they are all in somewhat unique circumstances. What's common to many of them is that they have very skinny little legs, but their bellies can have very different circumferences. Right? And the type of care they're getting, the respiratory care, can really change like how much that belly can grow, how distended it is. And so we need a diaper that can adapt to all of those different situations. Furthermore, with these infants, excuse me, they change a lot, right? So over the course of days, the size of these infants can change quite a bit. And in fact, in some cases, that size and geometry can change over the course of one day. So we need to have a system that's very, very adaptable. And so for this, we talked to caregivers and asked what would be the kind of agility or tools that would make your job easier in the situations where these kids are under a very specific type of care where the diaper could be disruptive. And so what we came up with are fasteners that can be fastened anywhere. They can be fastened anywhere on the front, anywhere on the back. So most of you know with conventional diapers, there's a little rectangle on the front waist where you attach the Velcro tabs to. We wanted to provide a system whereby you didn't have to land these little fasteners in any particular location. In fact, you can attach them anywhere. But we went one step further by making these tabs even fully detachable. So the little side can be fully removed, and then it can be reapplied wherever the caregiver wants to put on the back or the front to work around any other activities that are happening in the isolette on this little baby. So these are 4 examples of the engineering challenges that we had to overcome to make a diaper that's specifically designed for these tiny little infants that weigh 300, 400, or 500 grams. Now, the technology part of the story, I think, is only one aspect of it. There's a very human aspect of this story as well. And to only talk about the technology would only be talking about a small portion of it. You can see on the photo that I have on the slide, for those of you that are familiar with what these infants look like when they're born this small, that's not a 400-gram infant. But this is the son of our dear friend Amy, who couldn't make it here for this talk this week due to the weather. But Amy, she was a NICU nurse for 10 years, and then she came to work with me at Pampers, designing preemie diapers. And then, as life would have it, Amy ended up having a preemie baby of her own, where all of the aspects of her life kind of came together at once. And I think for us working on diapers, it's such a reminder that preemie births affect so many people. Almost everybody knows somebody who has had a friend, a relative, a colleague, or someone in their community that has had a preemie baby. And so while fortunately they are the minority of births in the US, it's still common enough that everybody is in some way affected by it. So it's really an important area for us, and is even for making something as simple as a diaper. It brings a lot of pride for us to be able to help and support these families that are having these difficult times. And so I would like to thank, by the way, all of the caregivers, the nurses and doctors that are helping to make all these little kids grow up to be so healthy, as is the case for Amy's son, who's now years older now and is a happy, healthy little boy. And so I hope that this talk has given you some idea of what the challenges are of innovating even on something as simple as a preemie diaper. I'm quite proud of what our team has contributed towards trying to make the care for these little infants a little bit easier. And I hope you'll agree that for the tiniest infants, the tiniest details are not small, they're everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. I mean, this is, my daughter's 2 years old. That diaper is way bigger. Her diapers are way bigger than the one you showed us today. I'm very excited about our next talk. We have the pleasure of having with us today Jan Begger, who is the leader for AI advocacy at GE Healthcare, one of the most recognized companies in the world. His work focuses on bringing AI from theory to practice, ensuring it supports clinicians rather than replaces them. And he has a background in health informatics, digital innovation. His expertise lies in translating technical complexities into meaningful healthcare solutions. He's become a key voice for responsible and practical AI implementation. If you're not following him on LinkedIn, I suggest you do. He is an incredible mind and has incredible insights. He is coming to talk to us today about when AI does the work humans can care. Please welcome to the stage, Jan Begger.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Today, all medical data doubles roughly every 72 days. Now think about this, compared to like 3.5 years, about 15 years ago. Nearly 30% of the world's data volume comes from healthcare. Every 26 seconds, a new medical article is published somewhere in the world. And to make this more concrete, take a dermatologist. To stay up to date with literature just in that space, they would need to read about 3,900 scientific publications a year. And if that already sounds unrealistic, consider a primary care physician. To keep up with primary care literature, they would need to read for roughly 21 hours every single day. What you are seeing here is a mammogram, an X-ray image used to screen for breast cancer. It contains more information than the telephone book of New York, even if I don't know if there's still like a physical telephone book. A lower body CT angiography can contain up to 3,000 images today. And a radiologist in a 12-hour shift is looking at 50,000 images compared to just 500 15 to 20 years ago. And when you think about 12 hours and 50,000 images, you will realize they have less than 1 second to read a single image. About 90% of healthcare data is imaging data, so radiology, pathology, dermatology, ophthalmology, and so on. About 1,500,000,000 radiology images are stored in an academic medical center or a hospital system. And an average hospital generates about 50 petabytes of data each year. 50 petabytes. That's like producing enough movies for someone to watch non-stop over 1,000 years and doing it again next year. But only 3% of all that data is used to generate insights. 97% of that data is unused, unharnessed, unleveraged, and does nothing to improve patient outcomes. So we are not like short on data, we are drowning in it. And somehow, at the bedside, we often still say we don't have enough information. With that much data, you'd expect healthcare to be one of the safest industries on earth. After all, every decision is documented, every image is stored, every lab result is tracked. And yet, it isn't. In aviation, the risk of harm is about 1 in a million. In healthcare, harm over the patient's journey is closer to 1 in 10. That leads to the fact that every 10 seconds, someone dies because of the care they have received, not because of the disease they walked in with. And this is the paradox of modern healthcare. We have more data than any industry in history, yet we struggle with safety, consistency, and quality. Not because we don't care, not because clinicians aren't skilled, but because critical information does not reliably reach the right person at the right moment. We often talk about quality as if it's purely a system issue. Yeah? Protocols, guidelines, metrics, checklists. But quality in healthcare is ultimately delivered by people. 60% of doctors spend more time with the electronic medical record than with their patients. They have more time with screens than with people. Nurses spend about 1/4 of their time on documentation. Family physicians spend 90 minutes daily just on inbox management. About 50% of radiologists are experiencing burnout. And on average, patients wait almost 13 weeks for an MRI in Canada. That's nearly 3 months of waiting, yeah? Often while symptoms and anxiety build. About 30% of healthcare professionals say they are considering leaving their role within the next couple of years. And that explains why, over a 5-year period, many health systems experience close to 100% staff turnover. Right now, we are short about 7 million healthcare professionals globally, and the World Health Organization expects that number to reach 11 million by 2030. And that's before you factor in aging populations and the growing burden of chronic disease. All of that is pushing demand up while the workforce struggles to keep pace. And I didn't even talk about access, because around 4.5 billion people worldwide still don't have access to quality healthcare. The demand for healthcare is rising everywhere. Time, staff, and attention are not. The imbalance is one of the defining challenges of modern healthcare. If we want our systems to be ready for the future, we need to strengthen them with useful, carefully validated technologies. Technologies like AI, when applied thoughtfully, can help clinicians do more without asking them to be more than human. AI in healthcare isn't new. It's already here. It's already making impact. And to make this more concrete, I want to share an example in ultrasound. Ultrasound is an amazing imaging modality, but it's not a push-button tool. Two people can use the same machine on the same patient and get very different images. That's because ultrasound relies heavily on the operator's skills, experience, and expertise to produce images that are actually meaningful. This is an area where AI quietly shows up today already. As the ultrasound exam is happening, AI can look at the live scan and guide the operator. Subtle cues about how to move the probe, how to angle it when you're getting close to the right view. It's like having an experienced colleague standing next to you, helping you get a high-quality image. AI has made significant clinical progress in recent years, and you can see that reflected in the rapid increase in regulatory approvals. For example, the FDA cleared only 6 AI-enabled medical devices in 2015. By 2023, that number had grown to more than 220. Today, the FDA has authorized over 1,200 AI models overall. But it's important to be clear about what these systems actually do. All of them are narrow tools built for single tasks in very specific clinical settings. They work well in their niche, but they don't generalize well enough and beyond it. What matters isn't just AI is approved. It's that we now have more and more solid clinical evidence behind it. In defined imaging tasks, AI performs at a level comparable to trained clinicians. In documentation, it measurably reduces time without trading off accuracy. If you watch the AI space closely, something stands out. The breakthroughs are coming faster and closer together, month by month, sometimes week by week. And that's what brings me to this moment we are in now. I think we are at the tipping point in healthcare AI. Not a sudden break, but a moment where the old system starts giving way to something new. And years from now, people may look back on this period as the beginning of what I think of as the age of AI in medicine. The shift is being shaped by 2 developments that are fundamentally changing how AI shows up in clinical care. Most healthcare data comes in fragments. A scan taken at one moment, a lab result from a single day, a note taken after a visit. Each piece matters, but on its own, it only tells part of the story. Multimodal AI is about changing that. It's about how those pieces come together. It allows AI systems to work across different kinds of medical data at the same time: images, text, numbers, and signals. And instead of treating each one separately, it connects them. That's the foundation for seeing patients as more than just a set of isolated data points. The second development is agentic AI. This is where AI moves beyond analysis. These systems can plan, make decisions, and take action across clinical and operational workflows. Not as independent actors, but as collaborators. They operate within clear goals, strict boundaries, and with human oversight built in. That balance matters in clinical care. And here is what it enables. Instead of understanding patients one visit at a time, AI can help build a picture over time. By bringing together notes, images, labs, wearables, patient-reported data, patterns start to emerge. Not snapshots, but trajectories. And this kind of longitudinal understanding supports decisions based on how someone's health is evolving, not just what shows up in a single encounter. And here's another example. Care coordination today is mostly reactive and visit-based. Gaps often show up late after something already has gone wrong. With agentic AI, systems could continuously keep track of labs, medications, referrals, and follow-ups over time. That makes it possible to surface risks earlier, close gaps in care, and prompt action before problems become acute. It's a shift from reacting to issues to staying ahead of them. AI will matter enormously in the future of healthcare, but it won't be the thing patients remember. They'll remember the human who sat across from them, made eye contact, and said, "I've got you." If technology does its job well, it should give time back. And when clinicians get time back, they almost always want to spend it where it matters most, with patients. More time for conversation, for listening, for explaining, and for being present. And AI does something else just as important. It expands what they are able to see. Think about something simple, 2 glasses of water on a table. To the human eye, they look exactly the same. There's no obvious difference. But when you add a thermal camera, a layer of information appears. You can immediately see that one is hot and the other is cold. That's a helpful way to think about AI in healthcare. It doesn't replace human perception and judgment. It adds a new lens. It strengthens clinical expertise by revealing patterns and signals that would otherwise stay hidden. And with that deeper insight, clinicians can focus on what matters most, caring for the person in front of them. There's a quote I really like that captures this better than any technical description. It says, "I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do my art and writing." And in healthcare, it's the same thing. We want AI to take care of the routine, the repetitive, things that pull clinicians away from why they choose this profession in the first place. So they can focus and do what only humans can do. Care, listen, think, be present. That's the future of healthcare I believe in. Not AI replacing healthcare professionals, but supporting them so they can deliver the extraordinary. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for a great talk. Our next speaker is someone that you've had the pleasure of meeting yesterday during our twin panel. We have the pleasure of having with us Dr. Nancy Segal. She's a psychology professor and director of the Twin Studies Center at California State University, Fullerton. She is an expert on twins and twin relation. She appeared in multiple documentaries. She's written multiple books. And today she's going to talk to us about the twin relations and the architecture of human bonds. Please welcome to the stage Nancy Segal.
Mark Newman and Jerry Levy were identical twins, raised apart from birth, and reunited as adults. They met for the first time at the age of 31, when somebody who saw Jerry realized how similar he looked to his friend Mark. It turned out that both twins installed equipment in hotels and restaurants, and both twins were volunteer firefighters. They both drank Budweiser beer, holding the can or the glass with the pinky finger underneath for support. And they both ate Chinese food, and they would eat steak, but only if served exceedingly rare. And the list goes on and on. I was very privileged to study these twins when they came to Minneapolis for the Minnesota study of twins raised apart. And I was very struck by Mark's comment that meeting Jerry for the first time was like seeing an old friend after being away on vacation. They had to fill in the details, but the basis for the relationship was there at the moment of meeting. Now, what about Elvis Presley? Did you know that he was a twin? His twin brother, Jesse Garon, died shortly after birth, and it was a loss that Elvis felt very intensely for his entire life. We can understand his grief as reflecting the loss of a potentially meaningful relationship. And we can wonder, if Jesse had lived and played alongside Elvis, would those performances have dazzled us even more than those that Elvis turned in on his own? And what about Liberace, known for his musical talents and outlandish costumes? He also lost a twin brother shortly after birth, and we can wonder here too, if they had played together, would this have amplified even the most compelling of performances? And finally, we come to Ed Sullivan, the legendary TV show host, who lost his twin brother Daniel at the age of 2, leaving us just one twin to bring us years of marvelous TV entertainment. We need to pay attention to these twin stories because they tell us a lot about our own relationships, who we love, who we like, and who we loathe. You know, it seems strange that Mark and Jerry should form such a close attraction to someone they just met, and that Elvis Presley should mourn the loss of someone he never met. And yet, by paying attention to these twins, we can better understand why some of our relationships work so well and others are doomed to failure. Now, twins form a natural science experiment, and they come in two types: identical twins and fraternal twins. Identical twins share all their genes, and they look very much alike. Fraternal twins share half their genes on average, and most of them look quite different, and some even look unrelated. Now, twins have been pivotal in psychological and medical research, and that is because the twin method is a simple and elegant way of disentangling genetic and environmental influences on behavior. And that is why you see them infiltrating fields like behavioral economics, political science, even religious studies. And what researchers like myself do is to compare the similarities of identical twins and fraternal twins. If identical twins are more alike, this tells us that the genes influence the development of that particular trait. But twins can also be used creatively to understand the environment. If we have groups of identical twins who differ in some way, in a psychological trait like motivation, or a behavioral trait like intelligence, or maybe a physical trait like height, we can look at those traits and try to figure out what factors cause the difference between those twins. And we can use that information to assist and inform the non-twin population. Because after all, twin research is not just for twins. It's a model, an approach for understanding human development in general. Now, most researchers like myself find that identical twins are more alike in virtually everything that we can measure: intelligence, personality, height, weight, disease, even financial investment. And even in unusual signature quirks, and even in twins raised apart from birth. I studied twins Oscar and Jack, who met for the first time at the age of 44. These twins both thought it was funny to sneeze loudly in elevators, and both twins would wash their hands before and after using the toilet. I studied Jim Lewis and Jim Springer, who met at the age of 39, who both bit their fingernails to the nub, had mixed headache syndrome as adolescents, and they both drove light blue Chevrolets to the same 3-block strip of beach in Florida. And they scattered love letters around the house to their wives. And finally, I studied these lovely Scottish ladies who didn't meet till they were 64 years old, raised apart, and both of them independently would cut their toast into 4 equal pieces and leave 1 piece uneaten on the plate. What this tells us is that our own unusual habits have a partial genetic basis, but it also helps us understand why some of our family members are so alike and some are so very different. Now, most researchers like myself do find that identical twins are more alike, but we also find that identical twins share a closer relationship with one another, and they work together much better than fraternal twins do. And I first began to think about this when I did my very first twin study. And that was a study at the University of Chicago where I compared work decision tasks between identical and fraternal twin children between the ages of 7 and 13. So what I did was to bring jigsaw puzzles to the homes of all these twins with the instruction, solve it together. And what I found was absolutely amazing. The identical twins would take the pieces, keep them equidistant between them. They cooperated, they checked on each other's work, they monitored one another, and they smiled a lot. But the fraternal twins, in contrast, you see on your right, took the pieces to their side of the table, giving the impression of 2 separate puzzles being solved. They struggled over pieces, they elbowed each other, they didn't smile as much. And it was not the joyous occasion that it was for the identicals. So what this suggested to me was that it was the similarities between these identical twins that enabled that close cooperation and lack of competition. And I would even go a step further and say it was the perception of those similarities that really formed the social glue that bound them together and kept them close. And I think the message in that for everybody is that we will cooperate better with people with whom we share common interests and attitudes and abilities. Now, what about friendship? And then we'll get on to love, which is everybody's favorite topic. So with friendship, what we find is that identical twins have greater friendship overlap than fraternal twins, meaning that they share more friends in common. And after a short time, they forget who met the twin first. We also find that the twins pick similar friends, which makes perfect sense because the twins themselves are so similar. And again, this suggests to us that we pick our friends based on commonalities that we see. But fraternal twins actually move in very different social circles. And as I said many times, I should know that because I'm a fraternal twin who complained to my mother that I had no one to play with because it hadn't occurred to me to play with my sister. But studies have shown that fraternal twin girls feel rejected by their sister and by the sister's friends, prefer to play alone than with each other, and tend to have to negotiate their differences on a day-to-day basis. Now, on to love. There we go. So I'm a consultant to the Brazilian twin projects in Sao Paulo and throughout the country. And a number of years ago, I met these identical twins, a Dalton and a Dalton, and their wives. And the twins told me that while they liked their sisters-in-law, that is the woman that their twin brother married, they could never imagine marrying them. And the wives told me that while they liked their brothers-in-law, they couldn't never imagine marrying them. And at first, this seemed odd to me because I assumed that the identical twins were just simply genetically interchangeable. But that is not the case at all, because subtle differences in demeanor, in temperament, in attitude, in approach make huge differences when it comes to mate selection. And I've also been fascinated with identical twins who marry identical twins. We hear about these stories more and more in the press. And what's most fascinating about them is that the pairings occur so rapidly and quickly and effortlessly. And I'm fascinated by knowing what is the process that enables that. So I did speak to one husband from that foursome, and he told me that when he met his future wife, she was the one with the sweeter, gentler face relative to her sister, and had a less dominant personality, which was better suited to his own temperament. So I think we're starting to get a handle on this. But I think the bottom line for all of us is that subtle differences make huge differences when it comes to who we love and who we like. Now, let's go on to the downside of love relationships, and that is the loss of a relationship. I have an ongoing study of over 700 twin survivors who lost a twin at the age of 14 or older. And what I find is that twins, whether identical or fraternal, rate the loss of their twin at the highest level and higher than any other relative who died in their lifetime, including parents, non-twin siblings, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. I also find that identical twins do mourn the loss of their twin somewhat more than the fraternal twins do. And that's not terribly surprising, because that would mirror the relationship they had while they were alive. And I think that the message here for all of us is that there are individual differences in a family in bereavement when a family member passes away. You know, it would not be too surprising to expect a daughter to mourn more for a father than a granddaughter to a grandfather, because of the relationship that they share. And it seems that in bereavement, we have to try to understand what is the reason for this. How can we make sort of theoretical understanding of this? And I think we need to borrow from the theory of evolution, evolutionary psychology, and think about two types of explanations, proximal and ultimate. Proximal explanations refer to those that are the immediate everyday interactions we have. A mother making lunch for a child, a father picking up his children from school, the things that give us pleasure and keep the relationship moving. But then we have the ultimate explanations, which are those that refer to our biological fitness, our getting our genes into subsequent populations through the production of viable offspring. Now, we don't consciously calculate these things in our head. We only act as though we do, according to Richard Dawkins. But it took the genius of William Hamilton to say, not only do we get our genes directly into the population through our own reproduction, but through the reproduction of relatives with whom we share genes in common, such as a twin versus a cousin. And so it might make better biological sense to be kind to a closer relative than to a more distant one. Now, earlier I said that twins mourn the loss of their twin more than any other relative. But there is one exception to that, which I saved for now, and that is the loss of a spouse, which identical and fraternal twin rate at the highest level, equal to the twin and equal to each other. And that sounds strange at first, because spouses don't share genes. But yet, if you think about the spouse as a vehicle for getting your genes into subsequent populations, then we might hear what David Barish has called the wail of frustrated genes. At this point, it's worth mentioning to you that sibling loss in general and twin loss in particular have been largely neglected by bereavement researchers and by bereavement counselors. And I think that's probably because twins are still a relative minority in the population, and they focused on children, parents, infants, things of that sort, which of course are devastating losses. But it's taken twins and their families to bring attention to this terrible loss. So in Canada, we have CLIMB, the Center for Loss and Multiple Birth, which is targeted to women who lose a twin just before birth, at birth, or shortly thereafter. In the US, we have the Twinless Twins Support Group International, which operates at local, state, and national levels. I spoke at one of their national meetings, and what absolutely amazed me was the understanding that everyone showed to everyone else without any need for explanation. And as the meeting progressed, I saw that people kind of coalesced into groups based on commonality: identical twin loss, fraternal twin loss, age, sex, cause of loss, things of that sort. So I really encourage and admire the evolution of these very specialized support groups. Now, I want to move on to co-twin collaboration. And as I said earlier, we find that identical twins do seem to collaborate more often and more efficiently than fraternal twins do. And in my forthcoming book, I've interviewed a number of twins on this point. Here are twins Peter and Will Anderson, who are absolutely the greatest jazz musicians I've ever heard. And they told me that it is honesty, communication, and just having fun that enables their effective communication and their ability to play together and write songs and all of that. Other twin musicians have told me the same thing, but also say that it's a lot harder to collaborate with anyone outside the twinship because you can't exactly be yourself and feel completely free and can't be completely honest. For this reason, there are many more identical twin co-authors, co-artists, co-physicians. I can name many. And what strikes me about them so deeply is the mutuality of their final product. You know, the writers tell me that they don't care whose name comes first on the cover. If I wrote a book with my sister, I would care. The artists say that they compose a canvas together and they don't know who did what part when the rest was finished. And I spoke to identical twins, now physicians, but when they were in high school, both ran for high school president. And only one of them won, and the other one said, now we can be president. So I think these are important. Now, I can also give you some really nice other examples. If you remember the 1984 Olympics, Steve and Phil Mayer, the Olympic skiers on the slalom. Phil turned in what he thought was a gold medal winning performance, turned to his brother and said, here's what you had to do to beat me. And in 2014, we had identical twins, Tracy and Lanny Barnes, who both hoped to win a spot on the US biathlon team. Well, Tracy made the cut and Lanny did not. So Tracy gave her position to her sister. Imagine that. And when asked why, she said, Lanny deserved it. And she said, in a way, I'll be competing too. And in a way, she was right. Now, the last point I want to make has to do with these little guys here. They look like they come from different populations. In fact, the press has called them the biracial twins. There's nothing biracial about them. They are ordinary fraternal twins born to a Caucasian mother and African-American father. But it struck me that these twins may give us clues to how we all get along, which I know is a very timely topic these days. Perhaps growing up with somebody who looks so different from you and is so different from you is a way towards greater tolerance, respect, and mutual understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy, for a great talk. I hope you are all enjoying this event. Our next and last speaker, last but not least, is Pascale van Kipnis, who began her career as a principal dancer for the New York City Ballet, performing on the iconic stages around the world. After stepping away from ballet following a diagnosis of infertility, her second pregnancy resulted in the birth of triplets, who spent many weeks in the NICU, and that experience transformed her path. Today, Pascale is a parent-to-parent supporter with ICU Baby, offering guidance and empathy to families navigating the NICU, and she's pursuing a master's degree in clinical psychology. Her talk today is called A Ballerina in the NICU. Please welcome to the stage Pascale van Kipnis.
You may be wondering what a ballerina in the NICU actually looks like. I promise you, it's not tutus, pirouettes, or grand jetés down hospital hallways. Especially after carrying triplets to 34 weeks, delivering them by C-section, and each weighing 4 pounds, 10 ounces. I could barely stand or breathe before delivery. Yes, I'm in a scooter, let alone after. My diaphragm had stretched so far that it essentially afterwards had forgotten how to help me breathe. So I was not leaping anywhere. But what did carry into the NICU, what did carry into the NICU from my 15 years of being a professional ballerina was stamina, perseverance, and discipline. These traits, they helped me navigate the many journeys that I went through after I hung up my point shoes. Before I was promoted to soloist, I was one of the workhorses of the Corps de Ballet in New York City Ballet. I was physically strong, I was versatile, I loved to jump, and I loved to perform. I was short enough to be cast in the short girl roles and tall enough to be cast in the tall girl roles. But I'd also caught the eye of the choreographer Jerome Robbins. You may know him as the choreographer of West Side Story, the original West Side Story. He trusted me with a principal part in Dances at a Gathering just 1 year after I had gotten to the company at age 18. It was thrilling to be cast in so many parts, but it came at a price. I never stopped. We would have a 14 consecutive week performance season, 6 days a week, with rehearsals from 10:30 in the morning till 6, and then a short break to quickly eat some food, do your own hair and makeup, and re-warm up, and for me, dance the 3 ballets that were on the program that night. Many nights they had to hold the curtain for me because I was frantically changing costumes, changing point shoes, sometimes hair, or I was transforming into a totally different character. From Calliope, the muse of poetry, in George Balanchine's Apollo. George Balanchine was our founder and also a revolutionary choreographer. To a man eating insect in Jerome Robbins' The Cage. One of those nights, crazy nights, my stage manager came up to me and said, "Why am I always waiting for you?" As I was lacing up another pair of point shoes and sewing them quickly into my tights so they wouldn't unravel during the performance, I looked up at him and I think I might have said, "Seriously? Don't you see I'm in every single ballet?" Regardless, somehow he figured it out and never gave me grief again. Around that same time, my head rehearsal director came over to me, seeing also my load, and gave me a piece of advice I never forgot. She said, "Take a moment, take a breath, take one ballet at a time." I didn't realize how often I would come back to that lesson after leaving the stage. Standing, well, barely standing, next to the isolettes of my 3 NICU babies, I returned to that very lesson. One moment, one breath, one baby at a time. And when I returned home to my 4-year-old, I did it again. Now, having a baby in the NICU is overwhelming. The tubes, the beeps, the procedures, the language, words you've never heard before, spoken to you as if you're supposed to understand them. And I thought I was prepared. I knew a NICU stay was likely, so I read everything I could to help me get as far along in the pregnancy as possible, as well as what to expect afterwards. But the NICU, no matter how you get there, carries an extra layer of trauma. It's waking up inside a reality you could have never rehearsed. So for me, I would often have to get an update on one baby just to turn around and get an update on another and another. And I would have to hold different feelings at the same time. Joy for the baby that was doing well, fear for the one that was being re-intubated because she was struggling to breathe again, or sheer panic for the third that was just about to graduate the NICU, but had showed signs of necrotizing enterocolitis and was now being placed in the NIC protocol. No feeds for 10 to 14 days and back in isolation in the isolette. But, oops, what surprised me the most about the NICU wasn't just the machines. It was the isolation, the way time warped, the way fear lived right next to hope, the way parents learned to be strong in silence. And no one and nothing can prepare you for how lonely that strength can be. I realized that strength in the NICU isn't rehearsed perfection. It's adapting in real time. Now, before my NICU babies, there was infertility. The first time my belief in performance began to crack. Ballet had taught me that effort leads to outcome, that discipline wins, that if you work hard enough, your body will respond. But infertility does not work that way. You can do everything right and everything again, and only be left with failure, deep sadness, and an emptier bank account. Now, I did get pregnant, and a pregnancy I worked very hard for. And then chromosomal abnormalities, difficult complications with the pregnancy, and loss at 19 weeks. There's no choreography for that kind of grief, no performance that carries you through. My body, that had been my instrument for my craft for so long, was letting me down in ways no ballet injury ever had. My anger and grief and my anger at my body started to seep into everything: my marriage, my sense of control, my self-esteem, and the belief that I would ever become a mother. And my doctors were telling me basically that it was unlikely that I would ever have my own biological children. But still I stayed. 3 rounds of IVFs, multiple early miscarriages, surgeries I've lost count of. And I got pregnant on the 3rd round with 3, and 1 made it into my arms. Now, of course, let's fast forward a few years, and she starts to ask for a sibling, naturally. So I returned. 3 more rounds of IVF, complications from IVF, early miscarriages. And just when I was done, and I'd given up hope. Round 6 of 6, we put back 2, and 1 split. The pileup. And this is how I became the mother of triplets, identical boys and a fraternal girl. Perseverance mattered here, but it did not control the outcome. That's when I realized that strength isn't just about pushing harder. Sometimes it's just about staying when there seems like there's nothing left to be done. Because life sometimes doesn't ask us to perform. Sometimes it just asks us to stay. I used to believe that strength was loud, that it leapt across the stage, that it never stopped. but sometimes you just have to stay. Now, I returned to the NICU several years later as a NICU mentor, parent mentor, supporter with ICU Baby. Not because someone had done it for me, but because no one had. Now I sit beside parents in the way I once needed. I validate their feelings, their overwhelmedness, their fear, in what is often the worst moment of their lives. Now, there are many barriers sometimes to families to be bedside. Sometimes it's financial and logistical, like the price of gas, or they only have one car and the other parent has to work, or they're just so overwhelmed by the whole NICU environment. They fear, they see this baby like that's so fragile, and their fear touching them. ICU Baby provides financial assistance to help ease the financial and logistical barriers, and peer-to-peer support to bring something essential, someone who knows. And we also bring guidance and knowledge that eases fear, and guidance that helps things like promoting skin-to-skin care and kangaroo care, because we know that that changes the outcomes, right? Science backs this up. Babies don't regulate themselves, they regulate through us. Heart rate, breathing, stress hormones. So supporting parents emotionally, that regulation goes to the baby. So parent support isn't separate from infant care. It is infant care. Now I sit next to families. I don't bring answers. I just bring presence, because staying doesn't mean doing nothing. It means helping someone breathe when that just feels impossible. And staying is a daily practice of mine, staying present for my 4 children and their different needs, for my work, for my grief, for myself. And sometimes I do it well, and sometimes I don't. And no days are rehearsed perfections in my household. But I return, one breath at a time. I'm still a ballerina, but the most important thing my training ever taught me wasn't how to leap, it was how to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal, for having the last word of the day today. I guess I get the last word of the day, but second to last word of the day. Our speakers this afternoon have certainly given us a whole lot to think about and different ways to think about it. So I hope you all have enjoyed your TEDx afternoon, and you'll take some of these things home with you to your private homes and back to work as well. We'd love to keep hanging out. So if you're up for it, you're not too tired yet, we will have trivia night at the Tin Roof. It's just around the corner. That starts at 6. There's food and drinks. It is for those of us that are 21 and up. So unfortunately, no children. I have sent my child home, so no children this evening. And please bring your IDs. Okay? If you're not joining us tonight, breakfast is again at the Flow, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we've got another half day of talks and a wonderful workshop on AI. So thank you all for your day today. has questions for our speakers, we'll just have our speakers hang out down here, okay? So if you had a question, don't leave yet.